Hey, Wishia, Kung Fu Joe. Nice to see you guys. Just went online. Yeah, great timing. Like, I logged on, I was just starting my stream, and then you messaged me. How's it going, Wishia? Long time no see. I see that you are climbing up and up, same as be like LeBron and Knock. Man, you guys are really going at it this season. That is fucking insane. The best D2 fan. Yeah, this time around, I think you were second only to Kung Fu Joe. How is it going to you both, Kung Fu Joe and Wishia? Hope you're having a great and amazing day. And Seth, hello, hello, hello. If it isn't Seth of all people. Yeah, so today, I'm going to, as per the usual, be trying to hit as many runs as I can do, essentially. And I'm actually gonna burst the speed here. Feels a bit laggy than usual, but I mean, gotta get used to that. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing okay. Hope you're all staying nice and healthy for the time being. Play with LeBron 50% of the time on our 99 grind. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you guys are both in the same boat, although I don't know how you split XP. I guess probably with Bale it's not so difficult because when it comes to fighting Bale, I think that the XP that he gets is split evenly between two people, right? Like you can have two people and it doesn't really like hinder either one of you from getting the XP when you kill him. I think. I don't know exactly how it works, but that is my understanding of it. But yeah, good on you guys. That is awesome that you found a kindred spirit to try and hit 99 with. I'm doing okay, thanks for asking. Just wanted to continue on with my grind. I know I've been taking a bit slow, like I know a lot of people have been gunning in their goals. Okay, hold on a sec. That is a lot of monsters. Okay, I've already popped the well here. Bale caps at 132538. Yes, exactly. So, actually, yeah, you guys can work together in a way where it doesn't hinder either one of you, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Doing good, just exercising, watching anime. Oh, which one? And I'm doing okay, thanks for asking. Yeah, it was pretty hyped to actually get back to the grind for today. I was not expecting my first run to be infested with souls, but I mean, I guess that's not the worst thing, since I can have a slightly higher chance to get runes this way. Okay. Yeah, for this run, I'm basically trying to settle for Meteor and Blades of Ice. I think maybe this is the routine I need to follow. I need to figure out which monsters I'm going up against in each Throne of Destruction, or in each WSK2, and then prep the skills I use accordingly. Yeah, anyway. And overall, like, I gotta be honest with you guys, like, this is pretty crazy, like, or not crazy, but, I feel like it's a great thing that I was able to actually get this build up and running, like, in the sense that I can actually run WSK with it. I'm proud of that, but, like, at the same time, I do feel like it is a little bit, well, no, I don't feel like it. It is slow compared to a lot of the other builds in the game, at the end of the day. That's something I was talking to Coaster about. So I think it is a little bit like, anyway, I'm not really saying this to complain. It was just an observation I made. Like, I realized, like, I was thinking about it. These runs that I've been doing, because I'm trying to do 1,000 of them, I'm not even halfway yet, and we're actually pretty close to the, well, not that close, but we're like halfway to the next season, so it's like, I don't actually know, I can't confidently say that I will be able to finish all 1,000 runs. Same with the Trav runs, but last season I actually didn't have the time to do the Trav runs, whereas this season I'm doing the runs, but despite me putting the time in, it's still a very long process. Actually, now that I think about it, This is probably going to be the longest amount of time I'll spend doing 1,000 runs of any area up until this point, right? Because when I did like 1,000 runs of AT even, I guess I was grinding out a lot harder, but I was hitting like 4-minute runs pretty consistently, under 4-minute runs, and that was with the Fire Druid for half of them. And then when I switched over to Cold Druid, the runs were super fast. But these runs, there's really no way for me to get it up any faster than I'm already at, assuming that I don't get to Enigma anytime soon. So, yeah. Anyway, Wishia, are you still up to, or are you still running bales? I'm guessing you are, right? I'm guessing you're still doing bale runs right now as we speak, and you just happen to be passing by. Love live school idol stars. No judge. I just like girly anime or super bloody gore stuff. Oh, that's fine. I don't judge, man. Like, I'm not going to. I'm not gonna say damn. Like, as long as it's not something like, I don't know. There's some really radical fucked up shit out there. But if it's like something tame like school idol stars, like whatever, man. People are into K-pop, like. After that, you can't really shock me. I stopped for your stream. Oh, Wishia. Muchos gracias. You don't have to stop for my stream. You could keep at it and just have me on in the background. Or just not have me on in the background. It's just nice of you to drop by. So, thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Kind of want to take a look at your barb just for fun. Now that we're here, I could totally pull up your barb and go over your gear for funsies. Not even to recommend, but just to see what your barb looks like, because you're building a barb up to 99. That's, I mean, I see a lot of people trying to push for Sork 99, or like, well, I don't know, it's interesting. This season, here, or Hammered in 99 is what I was going to say. Here, this season we have a Necro, an Amazon, and 3 Sorks that are 99s so far. We have LeBron's Assassin, as I'm fully aware, and then in your case you are a Barb, which is pretty awesome. And we even have Corona of Aegis, that is an assassin, so pretty cool. And sometime off, video games aren't making me happy anymore, so what's the point? Really? Well, I am sorry to hear that, although I guess that's not entirely a bad thing if you don't make it a bad thing, since, you know, you're actually using that time to go and watch anime, so that's pretty good. Zon and Necro are both Kiwi's characters. Oh, yeah, I believe that. Yeah. He is a crazy one, that he is. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That is, yeah, I mean, I remember seeing that post, actually. I was like, is this guy for real? Like, is he actually freaking trying to, well, not trying, but did he actually hit 2 characters? Like, I thought that people were kidding at first, but you're now confirming to me that he indeed did go for 2. Not 1, but 2 level 99 characters this season, which I think is pretty awesome. Like, hey man, that guy has got some dedication. Like, if ever you guys thought I had dedication towards trying out these wonky characters and trying to do like 1,000 runs and charting down all of my finds and whatnot, well, damn man, like I'm telling you, some of these guys are crazier than I am, and I actually got to start buying some gold from people in a couple of moments, so I'm gonna have to ask around for that in a little bit. How are the 99s ranked? Does you made it first, or does the kill put you up fast max? I actually don't know. That's a really good question. Like, I didn't say it out loud, but that is the same question I have looking at that leaderboard, or that ladder, or whatever you want to call it. I would like to think that it is by who made it, by who made it first, but it could very well be like some kind of bizarre random order for all we know. Okay. Oh yeah, there you go, there's the R2. There we go. Okay. I am curious about something. Wishia and Seth, are you guys using the HD resolution for Slash? You are, right? This was, I don't remember if I got a chance to talk about this last time, because I remember I was reserving this topic, but then I never got around to it last stream. So you don't? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, because I know a lot of people do, and after watching, well, not watching, but I think a while ago I was just, I don't think my map pack even has that. Ah, yes, I remember. I think I gave you my version even because it wasn't so, yours wasn't working the way it was supposed to, if I remember correctly. Anyway, yeah, basically I remember, ooh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I think we're done here. What do I want to do now? Oh yes, right. So that was a pretty good run, three-minute run. Although unfortunately in this case I will have to, after I repair, start seeing if I can buy some more gold from people. Yeah, ISO 2.5 million gold, and let's see if I can actually get somebody to. Oh, and that. I got game name, D&D. So that is going to be 178 next. Let's see. All I've got left are Mals, it looks like. So let's see here. As you guys can see, I'm actually out of ums, so I'm more than happy to throw him 2.5 mil. I don't have 2.5 million, but you can have my personalized Enigma. I appreciate it, but once again, I don't want to cut corners. Besides, this does help the economy a little bit on Slash, right? The people who are trying to scrap together some bare bone runes so that they can get the equipment needed to farm for the big guns. So 178 next. I just hope I don't die again, or my Merc doesn't die. I think that's it, right? 200k more. It's just finding a faster way around, which is essentially... Alright, normally I don't take extra, but, I mean, I'm not gonna trouble him to, you know, to reserve an additional, you know, 500k gold, and especially since I paid him Mal. Which I think is more than fair. So basically, he paid about 3.2 mil. Or he gave 3.2 mil for my Mal, which I'd say is pretty reasonable. So anyway, 178. Let us continue. But yeah, cutting corners, finding a faster way around, isn't that really just the same thing? Like, you can't... D2 is alive. Well, it's not like I ever died. I hope. I think. Okay, now if I could just... Alright, cool. Swisher, just chatting with Swisher right now. He's saying he's contemplating going to bed because he has work in the morning. Or so he says. Work in quotes. D2 dies every time stream ends and comes to life. Like an MLG Jesus? Okay, well that's an interesting theory as to how I come back to life every Wednesday, I guess. Like, I don't know. Supposedly starting up soon. I'm working like 6 weeks. Okay, take a rejuve. Okay, gonna fade. There you go. Church of D2 incoming? Yeah, man. It's gonna be like... I'm gonna be starting movements and shit, and the first 10 commandments are all going to be associated with Diablo 2. It's gonna be like, thou shalt play Diablo 2 every day, you know, like that kind of thing. There shall be, thou shalt hold one day for Diablo 2 related matters. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be like, man, this is gonna be so offensive. Like, this is the kind of shit you wouldn't be able to say on like any big channel. But yeah, like, I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna start my own like Bible basically, and then this Bible is gonna tell people like, it's gonna be like the D2 Bible, and it's just gonna tell people like information about Diablo 2 and different philosophies to abide by. You know, like thou shall not run LK every season. You know, it should be a thing. It should be a thing. The D2D2 Basin? Yeah. Yeah. It should be the D2D2 Sermon, more like it. Church of D2 income. D2D2 is a vampire that only shows up Wednesday full moon night. Number 1 is Chaos. Chaos Sanctuary always pays out. Only place to farm. Yeah, I know. That should be it, man. That should actually be it. And it looks like this, for some reason, this set of WSKs, they've really been dropping me rejuves. A lot of rejuves. I don't even know why. Anyway, sure you aren't the biggest channel, but we have the biggest hearts. Ah, well. Yeah, I would say, I don't know about biggest hearts, but I mean, I would say that this idea of starting a D2 church suggests to me that you might have one of the biggest brains, Seth. Now, ditch WSK and farm CS. Yeah, I should. Honestly, I should just go back to my roots, you know? Like, anytime I go back to Chaos, it just, it pays out for me. It actually just always pays out for me. There will come a season where I will farm WSK, or Chaos, and it's gonna be one big letdown, I'm pretty sure. It'll happen one day, I'm certain of it, but I mean, the thing is, like, right now, it's been working out really well for me, but again, I'm not farming it just because I wanted to see how WSK would turn out. And so far, I was expecting it to be a lot more lucrative than it's been up until now, but hey, you never know, right? Like, run 999, I could get like 3 Jaws, 3 Burrs or something. But still, like, I figured that with the souls and flare packs, I guess granted the flare packs don't spawn that much, but definitely the souls spawn, I think, about half the time. I felt like there would be a lot more runes coming. Not even just because of the souls, but because, yeah, like, there's a lot of monsters in this area, right? But no. It's been, by and large, it's been pretty, how should I say this? Disappointing. Chaos can't be a letdown. It always pays out. Yeah. No, it's nice. It's nice for sure. For me, it always pays out. The thing is, like, I don't know why, but for some reason, maybe it's because, you know what it is? I think it's just because Deucecrim and some of these other people, they just don't have faith, you know? Like if things don't go well, if things don't go their way, it's because they just didn't have enough faith in Chaos Sanctuary. That's gotta be the answer. Like what the fuck, right? Like, because I've been told by Deucecrim and others that, you know, sometimes they just, they don't get anything out of Chaos. They run like 1400 Chaos, they find like maybe like 2-3 high runes. It's just because they don't have faith. That's gotta be what it is. Hey, I'm3 Watcher. Here we're talking about how to make a religious D2 order. Yep. And we're talking about what the first commandments will be. And I think Seth is advocating that number 1 should be Chaos Sanctuary always pays out. It's the trademark slogan around here. I gotta be a bit careful on this one since these guys can actually kill me. Even with Fade active. Have really high melee damage, and apparently Glad I didn't teleport into all of them at once. There you go. There, done. Wow, this guy's still alive. What the fuck? He's so tanky. Let's see. They aren't part of the Church of D2. Yeah, yeah. They need to be a member of the sacred and secret and holy order, you know, like the unholy order. They got to be a part of the unholy order, and then they'll get the benefits of heightened like slash premium drop rates in Chaos Sanctuary. Play a pacifist paladin only. Yeah, what? So I can spread the word? I'm gonna go around just throwing holy bolts at people, you know? It's gonna be a thing. Okay, hold on a sec. It seems I'm gonna need some meat shields here. Nice. These guys would die. That'd be great, you know, like. Anyway, let's see. LGG's what? No bolts, thorns only. Yeah, just go around thornsing everything. Oh man. And it'd be great if the meteor would come down. Or if my guy would properly teleport out sometime in the next century. Yep, okay. 2 meteors coming down. He should die here. I killed everything else but this one. I can live with that. Alright, anyway. Yeah, it has to be a paladin, though. I'm gonna be spreading this order around to people. Like, I gotta spread the word, and what? Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I see. This is a sign from the game. Even the game kind of supports us, you know? Like, it's not a high run, but it's another nice set of boots I can add to the collection. Cold Poison, FRW, FHR. Yeah, it's pretty sad that I have to rely on these as my drops to chart down, but I guess a set of boots is a set of boots. And what are the other stats on it again? 19 mana, 34 CR, 31 PR, 25 PLR. Length reduced by 25. Good enough. Rare boots. Run number 180. You need to join this with your cool finds? Yeah, but I don't have anything witty to add to that. Like, people are taking, like, hardcore, crazy, like, screenshots that are genuinely bad. That's the whole point of it. Beat the game with just thorns in under 10 hours, no aggressive action? Oh yeah, I believe that. I assume when you say beat the game, you mean like normal specifically. In that case, yeah, I could see that being a thing. I don't know how enjoyable that would be. Like, it sounds like one of those gimmicks that is fun to think about, and then it's fun the first little while when you use it, but then once you realize just how tedious it becomes, probably it might not be as enjoyable. I don't know. One of the things I kind of wish they had in this game, as like a viable endgame build, would have been like an actual Thorns Din, you know, or like a reflecting character. And I'm not talking about like Coaster's reflective Zerker Din, because a lot of the damage in that build does come from his attacks as well as Thorns, but like actually having characters that's primary source of damage is by having monsters just reflect damage on themselves. Like, I think I tried this a while ago. I made like a character that had like Iron Maiden, Thorns, high level Thorns, but even then it's like, it's pretty ass. Yeah, I think Llama probably did that a while ago. He cheated. Oh yes, I remember. He did that one attack on Andy, didn't he? He broke a bone prison in Chaos. Ah. Well, there you go. Yeah, I'll drop a meteor. Should kill most of them. Diablo trapped him. Can't he just TP out, though? You could try to TP out, can't he? She did it in like 3 hours, so you can beat the game with just thorns in 3 hours, pacifist run style. Alright. No, that was a category that people went and did, which I thought was actually really interesting. I didn't know that this would be, something like this would be possible. Like, it's just something that sounded so ridiculous that I didn't think that it would ever be feasible. But here they are. TP in normal with a paladin. Yes, yes, to fucking use a Tome of Town portal to fucking teleport your character out. Yes, TP as in Town portal, not fucking sword teleport. No, I'm not even talking TP staff, guys. Like both of y'all are wrong. No. Yeah, why don't you just pop a TP so he could fucking get himself out of there? Yeah, he can reposition himself with TP, or he could run all the way back to the waypoint and run all the way back into Chaos Sanctuary, you know? I think that's wow. Okay, 5-minute run. Why? Oh, it took 5 minutes on this run. I don't even know. Man, what are you guys smoking tonight? Like, what the fuck? Come on, guys. You really think I'd be referring to like Sortelli on a tally? Like, come on. What is that? They got all the big... Yeah, man. What did I tell you at the start of the stream? You guys got the big brains. Although, yeah, Telestaff is also a viable option. Like, you can shop that from Act 3, technically. D2D2 thinks out of Diablo's prison. Yeah, that's how I roll. That's how I roll. You know, it's in my blood that theory crafting has really gotten to me, and so has this build. Okay, surely they die to this, right? You know, something that really bothers me too, like, I don't know why. I keep getting hit by these Herodrum Ancients, but for some reason, like, my Plague lower res doesn't always pop, I noticed. I don't really know if that's just RNG or if that's actually... There's actually, like, a reason for that. If it's another one of those bugs. Okay, now it actually popped. That's good. I assume it's because I actually got hit by these Claw Vipers or what. But yeah, I mean, nice of you guys to think so highly of me, trying to come up with such clever ideas for this pacifist run, you know? I would try not to backseat here. Oh. Yeah, you did not make such a promise. You did not make such a promise. At least not that I recall. I have yet to promise. I don't expect very much out of, like, at this point, I really don't expect much out of you guys, like, promises or what, like, I just expect that if you guys do make a promise, probably you'll just break it anyway, so, that was gonna fly when I wasn't permabanned the first day I showed up. To be honest, you're smarter than I give you credit for, I'll say that much. My trigger finger is itching, let me tell you. I was waiting for it. Oof. Oh boy, I have it in for you. But, no using brain. Even then, though, like, what would you... Okay, here, you know what? I'll give you a free pass. Just with, as somebody who likes to watch and backseat, what would you recommend for this character? After you yourself admitted that you don't really have much Diablo, or so much Diablo knowledge. Like, you were even asking me for help, in fact. Now you are suggesting that perhaps you have some things you could backseat me with. So I'm curious. What would you say? It missed 2 minutes since my Wi-Fi and I are still having disagreements. Okay, yeah, but this is the norm. Like having disagreements is just like... That's just how things work around here, you know? Like, you can't have a stream without a disagreement. Like, that's like saying you have water without H2O. Like, you know, these two things go hand in hand. Oh, hey, Maverick, yeah, you would disagree. How is that bad screenshot competition going for you? Like, when I feel confident to offer it. Alright, well, there we go then. But this notion where it rightfully belongs, I would go with. I'm saying my Wi-Fi is absolute shite. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. So far we have a few solid entries. Yo, I don't know, man, like when I saw the one where the one that was taken with the cell phone. Oh man, I'm just trying to remember. Like there was so many good ones. I still find it hard to top. Oh yeah, the Enigma. That's what it was. Yeah, I think the one where Dan was asking for like an Enigma, like a phone pic of an Enigma, or like a bad phone pic of the Enigma, and then the guy actually fucking made one, and that shit was fire. Okay, like I had to admit that was good. It's really good. What up, baby? How are you, my dude? I am doing just fine. Thank you for asking. So, dinner tonight? So, yeah, Wishia. Now I just looked through Dauntless, only 11 from 181 runs. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, legit. Like, I wasn't exaggerating this. I was talking about this, like, 5 minutes ago, or 15 minutes ago, and what I said was, yeah, like Chaos Sanctuary always pays out, and I was saying, like, damn, at that time I was also pointing out that shit, like, these WSK runs have been pretty, what's the opposite of lucrative? Anyway, yeah, they've been unlucrative. I don't even know if that's a word. That burr, it came from AT. It came from AT off stream. I was practicing trying to run, I was trying to practice sub 2 minute AT without an Enigma. But then what ended up happening was I ended up getting my burr from AT. So I have one burr, but it's not even from WSK. Like, it's crazy. Do you think the WSK2 like has some like a lot of monsters? Like, look at this run. I'm gonna have like a shit ton of monsters. You think? Okay, let me just fade out. Yeah, I almost died because of that. Is to prove WSK doesn't pay out? I guess in essence, yeah. I mean, I would have expected a lot more out of WSK, but again, it might be like a late bloomer, right? You never know. Like, it might actually take some time for these. It might actually take a bit of time for the runes to show up, and maybe they'll all show up at once. I don't know. It could be like Jobber, like back to back. I remember I was doing Trav, and I think like Jaw and Burr showed up on the same stream. It was the stream just before the ladder reset too, so of course it was completely useless, but indeed, like, but the thing is, like, yeah, I have been disappointed thus far by WSK, but again, like 100 or 200 runs is a very small sample size. Even 1,000. A lot of people will argue that 1,000 isn't enough, which I completely respect, but I'm not, again, I'm not here for, I'm not here to do like 10,000 or 100,000 runs of WSK. I just don't have the time for that, obviously. Ideally, yeah, I'd love to do a lot more, but it's just for us to get a very general idea of how these runs, if I do even like a small, usually for me like 1,000 is pretty consistent. I don't know. Like, again, like I could have outliers. Like, I really don't think that Pits should be dropping as few runes as it did when I did the 1,000 Pit runs, but you find another bird before I find a Jaw? Do I make Infinity or keep them and hope for Jaw? Oh, neither of those two. Of course, if I get a Burr, I would just trade it for a Jaw straight up. I mean, that's the one reason I like playing multiplayer, because like if I get something like that, I can trade it, right? That's part of the social interactions. It's not, I'm not doing like solo self-found. Hey, there's a nice small charm. Again, another find, which isn't bad, but it's not great. Let's see, 181 I think is this run. Do I trade at this one or just self-found? Oh no, guys, this isn't a self-found playthrough. Like, sorry to disappoint. It's just me playing this character. Isn't Jaw worth more? So here, Jaw is kind of weird, right? Like, there's two things to consider. First of all, BNet and Slash are different in how people value things, and second of all, on Slash specifically, the price of Jaw can really fluctuate based off of the supply and demand. All right, and what I mean by supply and demand, it's really quite simple. Some seasons, some people find 4 or 5 Jaws back to back, and they go down to as low as 3 ohms. And sometimes no one can find a Jaw because everyone decides to run lower Kurost. And then so because of that, we have an abundance of burrs but no Jaws. Then Jaw becomes like 7 ohms, right? So Jaw can really fluctuate in price. I've seen it go as low as 3 ohms and as high as 7 ohms. Anyway, with regards to the burr versus Jaw, like, this season, unless things have changed, Jaw is actually worth less than Burr right now. I think last I checked, it was Jaw plus Ohm for Burr. And here's the thing to consider too. Like, this is another thing. Like, just speaking from like a gameplay perspective, not even like factoring in like prices on this server, a Burr from a monster is less likely to drop. Like, even though Jaw is higher up on the rune ladder, Burr is rarer when it comes to monsters specifically, right? Or like if it were to drop from a monster. However, you can get Burrs from lower Kurost, but you can't get it from LK. Sorry, you can get Burrs from lower Kurost, but you can't get Jaw from lower Kurost, I meant to say. So it's really strange. Like, it's not just rarer than Jaw, and it's not necessarily worth more either. Yeah. Burrs cost more because more demand. So yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, Burr also is used in 2 rune words. 2 very important high-end rune words. One is Infinity, as I'm sure... Well, one is Enigma, obviously, as I'm sure you know. The other one is Infinity, as I'm sure you're also well aware. So, like... So in reality, these rune words, or Burr and Jaw, are both very, very important, it turns out. And it's not like one is objectively rarer than the other, or harder to find, because, you know, you can find a lot more Burrs than Jaws in lower Kurosts, and Jaw itself can't drop from lower Kurost, but has a higher drop chance from regular monsters, so it's... Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there too, and as Washia said, you can cube two Sirs into a Burr, but no one will cube 2 Burrs into a Jaw unless you're doing it out of spite, as I've seen some people do, which I completely support. Yeah. Pushing the laptop. Alright, no worries. You save them all for last wish, just show off how rich you are. I mean, you could, like if you really want to go that route, then sure. I know somebody on this server, I think it was Moltres, he made Last Wish in, like, a damaged crystal sword, if I remember correctly. Yep, that was good. And then I think a lot of people actually got salty over it too. It was incredible. Okay, well, that was, I was like, I'm dying real fast, but that's because they have Conviction Monster there. I'm not even kidding you. These are the things that you put up with on this server, on 3Watcher. Like, and the best part is, it's not like they were duped Jaws and Burrs either. Like, somebody specifically went out of their way to get a bunch of Jaws and Burrs so that they could make a Last Wish inside a fucking crystal sword. I think in that same season, I was trying to pay that guy for his 2020 Sword Torch too. Because that was the season I was making a Sork, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that was the season I was actually trying to make a Sork, and I was trying to get every piece of equipment I had to be perfect. So, except I guess for the GCs. Anyway, yeah. So that was a fun season. Hey Maverick, so you always gonna rock towels or go Enigma? Of course I'm gonna be pushing for Enigma. Yeah, I want Enigma. There's no question about that. But, of course I need to make it to an Enigma first, which means I could really use a jaw drop right about now. Grief in a CS, but Last Wish is in yeah. Grief in a Crystal Sword, but Last Wish in a broken CS is next level. Yeah, I don't remember. It might have actually been in an ethereal Crystal Sword even. Like, it might not have even been damaged. I think it might have been like just a straight up like ethereal one durability. I don't remember. I gotta go pull up the thread. Give me a bit, okay? After this run, I'm gonna look it up. Like, I don't wanna, like, I actually have to find it. You guys have to see with your own eyes, you know, like, there's the kind of shit you wouldn't expect to be the case. Hey, Bernie, what's up? What's up? You are here, it seems. My man, who has reached 98 alongside Washia. Both of you guys are on board now. That's pretty awesome. Surfer first place. Nah. The thing is, I don't have any good, bad screenshots to share with people. That's the reason I haven't. Like, what am I gonna share? Like, I wouldn't even take the reward or the first place prize. I just, like, that's not what's stopping me. What's stopping me is I just don't have a good photo to share. Like, I actually don't. Some people are just way too creative with their photos. Oh, I see. You guys are working out. So excited for that competition. Yeah, it's on now. Maverick made the post. D2D2 foot pick for Sir. I mean, if it came down to it and I needed to give like a foot pick, I would just Google like some kind of foot pick, all right, from like Google or some shit, and then just post it and be like, "Yep, this is my foot pick." The dude printed out his Biggins bottom. No way. No way. No, dude, no. He did not print out Biggins' fucking bonnet. Oh shit, okay. I gotta actually pull up some of these. You know what? When is this competition ending? Like I wanna actually look at some of these with you guys. Yo, that'd be great. Stream it and go look. Oh man, it's tempting. Are you serious? Oh shit, yo, that's crazy. You said Sunday night. Alright, why don't we... Okay, let's take a... Oh, man. I'm never gonna hit 1,000 runs at this rate. Like this is crazy. Alright, let me finish up this run, and then I'm gonna see if I can find the Last Wish in a Crystal Sword, and then I'm gonna pull up this thread, specifically. Okay, seriously, fuck off, please. My fade wore off, no wonder I was taking so much damage. How much is linked to D2D2's Tinder profile worth here? Could I get an Enigma for it? Well, I mean, these are the same people who would offer up an arm and a leg, apparently, for a face cam, so on my Tinder profile, where I talk all about these feet pics that they've been asking about, like, shit, they're probably worth a lot more than just an Enigma. Surfer foot photo seems reasonable. Yeah, I mean, look, like, you could probably scam out somebody's Slash premium charm. Yep, those aren't supposed to be traded out, but in this case, bro, Seth, you're underage. Like, I'm not exclusively taken by Diablo 2, but let me tell you right now, man, I got standards. I mean, limitations as to the kinds of people I can consider in this manner, you know, like. Okay, there you go. Okay, that is, I think that's pretty much. Oh no, I missed a batch of monsters. I'm glad I go back and check. Ugh, 6-minute runs. I'm telling you guys, like, I don't know why. There was a point in time when these runs were not taking 6 minutes. Like, they were taking a lot less time. And then they just got much slower. Like, there were even sometimes I was able to push like 3 minutes, 2 minutes if there were those exploding monsters, but now it's like so slow. And I don't know if it's just because I'm getting distracted or if it's like I'm just not playing this character correctly as I used to, or maybe my rotations are wrong. Yeah, whatever. Okay, let's see. Slashdiablo, Last Wish, Crystal Sword. It has to be here. Like they can't possibly make Last Wish. Damn. Where's Moltres? Okay, maybe I can... Moltres. It was Moltres's. I think it was Moltres's post, so... Wait. Yes! Yeah, is this it? Oh shit, yo. This is it. Okay, I found it. I actually found it. Alright. Yo, it's better than I thought. Okay. Yo guys, you guys ready for this? You're so not ready for this. Alright? Check this out. Check this shit out. Now, where is it? Nose. Alright. Definitely not broken Last Wish for trade. This is it right here, okay? Yeah, check it out. Check it out. NCS Lab in here. Alright, here. You guys can see it with your own eyes. It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. Look at that, guys. Look at that. And the Last Wish. Like, I thought it was like he built it in the Nth Crystal Sword. No, it's even better. He put it down to 1 out of 11 durability. And then he fucking 6-socketed this piece of shit. Doesn't even have any ED. Doesn't even have any like max Dura. Not even a superior Crystal Sword. Just a plain ass Crystal Sword. I don't even think it was damaged. PB is ugly. Oh man. Here you are wasting 3 jaw and a burr on this, like, I can't get one for Enigma. 1 out of 11. Am I on Enjoy's post? No. This is Moltres's post on his Last Wish that he made. 1 out of 11. Okay, let's see what else. I'll accepting offers in Jaws so I can reroll it at a non-piece of shit base. Is this where my jaw went? That's which one. It could be in many different things depending which jaw was yours. Oh man. Which cold mastery do you need to use an NCS Last Wish? I've axed it twice. Oh shit. Why editing so NCS? It had to be done for science? Yeah, anyway, yo, that was pretty good. Anyway, so next. Where is it? There you go. Okay, guys, here we are. So next. Oh, what the? Okay, here we go. Cap Eth level 99. You don't see it because it's F. Actually, before let's go in order from down up. Down up. Ormus robes. Grandson sent me this. Alright, let's see. Yo, that's pretty good. I don't even know what those are though. Like that's not even like, what is that? What is this thing? Like, what is this actually? Okay. Several years ago. Yeah, I didn't get this one. I actually didn't understand this one. Like, is it because he took it in 400? Like, I think it's like a smaller 640 by 480 resolution. I think that's the joke there. Here we go. I saw this one. Shit, yo, this one, man, I had to admit, I can't tell what Law's item is. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, so this next one. Alright, yeah, let's take a look at that. I can't even see the damage on that. I could see 30 to 40 on IAS. I could see 40. That looks like a 40. But, yeah, okay, so I got it right. I got it right. It does say 40. But we can't actually tell how much ED this fucking thing has, so... Or not ED, but damage roll. Looks like it's in like fucking alien speak or something. I can't see. And then, alright, so save the best for last. And here we go. Is that... Oh, that is! That's an F. The Biggins bought it. Level 99. Yo, shit, that's pretty good. You can barely see the outline, too, because it's ethereal. Bro. He took a phone pic on his phone, which was playing his stream to get the item screen. Oh, dude, that's fucked. That's actually fucked. Oh, these two are really solid. Like, shit. But, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what it was, but... best way to magic find. I gotta read that thread later. When I... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I don't know why, but when I saw this... I lost my shit. Like, I couldn't help but laugh at this one. This one was great. Like... It's gonna be hard to top. It's actually on his head, but Ed makes it invisible. Oh shit. Man, these are pretty good. Like phone pics can be an art. Like it just blows my mind that on the Diablo subreddit that they actually just banned it outright. Something people are making these basically they didn't like how people were making these really shitty phone pics and whatnot, but some of them were really good. These are some pretty obvious examples. And where's that Ormus? The Ormus robes? No, not this one. I don't care about that one. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Here you go. This is it. This is my favorite. Yeah. This is still my favorite thread. Me too. That's OG. Yeah. So here we go. This is the best one I've ever seen. The angle, the perfectly placed glare, perfection. Finger overlap. Yeah. Like I just don't get it, man. I don't know how people can come up with shit like this. Like, this is the kind of creativity I can only dream of having. Like, this is just fucking incredible. Damn. Wow. That is good. Like, I was like, what's the cold skill damage? What's the lightning skill damage? It's really hard to tell. But I realized that shit was done on purpose. But anyway, you guys have seen these threads though. I don't know. I like going over them. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb and it's so good. Like, I love it. That Ormus, I don't know, man. I still, to this day, I do have to admit, I still think the Ormus was the best. Like if I had to rank it, no offense to anybody, the Ormus was the best, followed by, like, the Enigma, just because of the context that it was in, which, like, I wasn't expecting that, like the way the photo was, the screenshot, like, the photo was taken. And then I think I'd have to do Wishia's as third, like, barely third, just after the one where the guy took a photo of his phone, which was streaming Diablo 2. Like, that one was pretty good. That's like photoception, but you actually went out of your way to print out a photo of your Biggins bonnet, and then you fucking un-ID'd Biggins bonnet, and then you actually like put that next to your head, and then just like cap that. Wow, I just blows my mind, man. Like, these are some fucking crazy ass shit. Slash has all genuine trolls. Yo, this is why I play on. This is why I can't play on VNet, man. You would never see this on VNet. You legit would just never because it's a cat. I don't know. I can't do it, man. Like this is why I can't play on VNet. Like I'm telling you, like you would never see this on VNet. In no way would you ever see this as a thing on VNet. Kind of a shame, really. But yeah, man. I don't know. It's good. I'm gonna keep at it, but it's hard to beat some of these. Oh, is it because I have fade up? Oh, no wonder. Okay. Or is it because I don't have fade up? Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. I have to go all the way up and then all the way down. Here we go. Okay. Oh, there's a well right here. That's convenient. Should have just waited rather than using my rejuve. Oh, cool, exploders. You know, here's the other thing too, Wishia. Like, I know this is a bit of a departure from our lighthearted topic with the screen caps, but earlier I didn't actually address this entirely. You were asking, like, I think Wishia was asking, man, like in the last 200 runs, like the best rune I've gotten is Lem, and the answer is yes. Like, I know, here's the thing, like, I think part of the reason for this is some of the runs are, like, they have a really high mob density, some of them, with, like, if they have, like, flares and souls, but there's also a lot of runs where you get these motherfuckers, the ones that explode on your face, and when you have runs like this, it counts as a run, and it's faster than usual, but you're killing fewer monsters. So that, I think, is one of the reasons why these runs are less lucrative. But I think also, yeah, I might just be unlucky. I don't know. Or maybe this just isn't a very good area to be farming. And to be honest, like, unless things shape up in the next 800 runs, I don't think I'll make it to 800 or 1,000, but maybe, who knows, maybe we will. In the next 800 runs, if things don't start to shape up, then yeah, I'm probably not going to be coming back here, that's for sure. Because there's, you know, here's the thing, right? Like, I've always mentioned to people, like a lot of people on the server love farming cows, and I've come up with some very viable, like, alternatives that are not, hey, unique ring, okay, come on, Stone of Jordan, Nagel. Yeah, I would definitely want to do 1,000 runs of Halls of Pain in the future too. That'll be in the future. I think I have a pretty good idea as to when I'm gonna do it, but it's not. Well, I'm obviously not doing it this season. So yeah, this season I'm committed to WSK2. I'm gonna finish WSK2. That'll take me the rest of the season, plain and simple. Like, I kind of wish it wouldn't take me the rest of the season, but the reality is, like, the speed at which I'm going through these runs, you know, I'm not even going to chart down the Nagel drop. Is it really worth it to chart a Nagel drop? No, I don't think so. Not in this case. Anyway, yeah. The reality is, like, yeah, I'm not going to be... I'm going to try to do as close to 1,000 runs as I can. I do think I will hit 1,000 runs, just because, like, if I'm not going to hit my... Well, I'm definitely not going to hitting my quota if I only do 50 runs a week, and already I'm barely pushing 50 runs a week as it is. But I'm probably going to see if I can find some extra time to make up the batch of runs that I am unable to finish. But after that, even after that, like, I don't know if I'll be really getting that much out of this. Stone of Jordan, soft voice Nagel. Yeah, well, that's the reality of it. Okay, wow. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like sometimes you get like very large WSKs like this. Like this one, there's a lot of monsters. Like look at this. Like I can barely find any corners where I won't just get completely mauled by monsters. There's like so many of them. Also, it's just my luck that the monsters here happen to be fire and lightning immune, which are my two main crowd clearers. But on the bright side, you get to kill a lot of monsters. Normal Bale. Electra is still on the server. It's good to see. Electra, I believe, is a pretty cool guy. Okay. Had a good run. Okay. Come on, launch the attack already, shit. I think it's just because the monsters are too far away. I don't have high enough range to hit them with my Dragon Claw attack. Anyway, yeah. No, 1,000 runs of Halls of Pain. So yeah, I definitely am interested in doing 1,000 runs of Halls of Pain at some point. Here's the other thing too with Halls of Pain though, like, I don't know if I want to do like a full 1,000 runs of Halls of Pain. Just because like that sounds like it would take a lot of time. Like probably the fastest build I could run Halls of Pain with would be like a Poison Mancer. But even with a Poison Mancer, I think it would take like 3-minute runs or 4-minute maybe runs. I don't know. I haven't actually timed it myself, but I don't want a repeat of this WSK where I spent the entire season and I'm still really not getting as much as I would want to have despite all these runs. Which again is not a big deal, right? Like it's the journey that counts for me. Like I'm not really in a rush to get Enigma, but it would really speed up my runs. That's the thing. I figure that if I get it, then I think my runs would go down from. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have to buy gold from people. I think is the real big thing. That's the main. That's the main takeaway from being able to get an Enigma. I guess also the chance for monsters to hit me is a lot lower too, so that's also, well, maybe not actually. Yeah, this is a really dangerous WSK though, this one. Oh, I know why, because I popped Burst of Speed. Well, there goes all my full reduce. Anyway, yeah. So far, I don't really see myself coming back here. Like, one of the reasons why I like to, to run these 1,000 of each area, so I know that in the future, like, I can say to myself, huh, would I ever want to come back here? And so far, it's been pretty nice testing the areas like this. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like my luck in certain areas is just better. Like, even if like you would expect that pits would, for example, have a higher rune drop rate than AT, like for me, when I farm AT, I tend to have much better luck with finding runes than I do in other areas. That's just the sad reality. I think Chaos though, the mob density combined with Seal Glitch combined with the fact that they've got soul type, ghost type monsters, probably. Okay, I need to go get some full rejuves. But yeah, I think that's a pretty big reason why you're getting so many runes from Chaos. But anyway, I'm just rambling at this point. Basically, at like end of the day, like I've got a lot, like I've got a couple of alternatives for that I would want to try compared to cows, but this is probably just not one of them that I would use going forward. It's a little bit early to say, though. I still have another 800 runs to go, of course, but so far my initial impressions of farming this area have not been very good. Although it's fun, I will admit, it's probably one of the most fun areas I've farmed because there's been so much variability on the monsters themselves. And some of the monsters can be quite dangerous. I mean, I'm choosing WSK2, which is arguably the safest level to farm. But of course, in WSK3, you get like Succubi, and in WSK1, you get Death Lords. So those are pretty dangerous. Take that back. WSK is awesome. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm giving it less credit than it deserves. I'm just talking about initial impressions. I'm like, man, I really haven't been getting much in terms of finds. Maybe it's just because it's early, but yeah, looking at these first like 200 runs, it's very like basically these last 200 runs have been so poor on the finds that I've been getting that I haven't actually copied and pasted the drops I've gotten like to somewhere else so that I could like add more drops, you know what I mean? Like I've just left it there at the end of each stream because I was just too lazy to get rid of it, and it just doesn't fill up anyway, so I can't, like, what do I do with these? And I'm very surprised by this. It's not like, here's the weird thing. I'm getting fewer drops with 300 MF in this area than I did when I was rocking my Poison Necro and doing these full clears. Killing WSK with my Bard for unique packs when he was before level 98, it just felt more fun to play the game in WSK2. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, like that's what I was just addressing. Like, I would say that this is probably one of the most fun areas in the game to farm. But one of the things I'm trying to look at too is like how good is it as a place to farm? And honestly, like, again, I'm not trying to just be like, oh yeah, I know, you know, this isn't a good place to farm. You're not getting any high runes. Like, don't come here. I was just thinking, like, I thought it was better than this, or at least I thought I'd be getting a lot more than this, to tell you the truth, because like WSK2 is one of these areas that have such high mob density. I was actually expecting a lot more finds. That's just the only thing I'm trying to say here. Okay, that's the main observation I'm trying to make. I feel like it's the most challenging area in D2, and I absolutely agree with that. Honestly, I absolutely agree with that. There's like a lot of monster variants. There are different types of monsters with different modifiers, like they come in pretty large mob density, and the types of monsters that are present are among some of the most dangerous in D2, right? Like, if you're into hell spawns, like whatever, the frenzied hell spawns, the ones that explode on your face, like, okay, you know, those aren't a big deal, but if you don't prep yourself well for WSK2, even as an endgame character, you could still die pretty easily. Like souls, flares even, the melee flares. The ranged ones are pussycats compared to like the melee ones, but the melee flares do hurt. And of course you've got Death Lords, Succubi, like I mentioned earlier. You've got like, and then of course there's the undead soul killers in Throne of Destruction. So yeah, I would say that it's probably the most challenging area if we're not factoring in Tomb Vipers plus Neolithak, which I don't like. Honestly, you could even make a case that that area is not that difficult, but again, yeah, that's just the situation, I suppose. And of course, not factoring in the Uber Tristram mega bosses either, obviously. WSK3 is the real MVP. Yeah. Is there any difference in WSK2 3? Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In WSK3, you can come across Succubi, the succubuses, the ones that can like curse you with like amp damage and shit. Yeah, those guys are dangerous. Like, that's why I don't farm down there. Like, that's a death sentence for me. That's why I chose WSK2. Why don't the undead soul killers kill the souls in Throne Room? That's like their whole job. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not undead soul killers, but like, Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for that. It's just another one of those weird, like, D2 logic type deal. Maybe, like, Bale managed to, like, bribe them all into working together for some common cause. If you don't get at least 2 deaths at 98, does it even count? No. Please don't tell me you died. Okay, I think I'm just about done here. Okay, 4-minute run. This is garbage. I didn't notice that no birdies in WSK2. Yeah. Yeah, did lol Neil attack OP Vipers. Oof. Oh, damn. It's rather unfortunate. I died yesterday at Desay. Wishy is saying 3-hour morning grind gone. Ah. That's rough. That's pretty rough, dude. And yeah, I don't know why you say WSK3 is the real MVP, though. Like, I just treat WSK as one whole area, to be honest. Which maybe I shouldn't, but there are differences with Shia in WSK2 and 3. Like, the types of monsters. You don't I don't know if you've ever noticed, but you don't come across... Like, the most dangerous monsters in WSK1 are Death Lords, if I recall correctly. The most dangerous monsters in WSK2 are Souls. The most dangerous monsters in WSK3 are the Succubi. And these are the only levels that you encounter these 3 monsters, I think. I don't know, I don't remember if Death Lords show up in WSK3, though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. There are very different monsters in each of these levels. And one of the reasons I chose WSK2 is because I would argue that the monsters in WSK2 are the safest to farm, believe it or not. Still going strong? Hey, Drizzle, what's up? Yes, I guess you could say I'm going strong. Still playing this character. And she is quite a handful. But of course, I still don't yet have Enigma, which is one of my big goals. How's it going with you, Driz? Oh. Hey, not bad. Alright. Alright, for the first time, I think I can sub out my list of drops and replace it for today's drops onward. Alright. I'm going to guess Ice Bolts. What do you guys want to guess? And while you guys guess, I'm going to quickly... just going to quickly hop back over here and start charting down the drops. Let's see. Oh yeah. Season. Alright. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna have to start, yo, Seth, you can't get Frozen Orb on an enormous. Unless you, hack it, of course. Alright, so this is going to be Trang Gloves and a bunch of other shit. Yada yada yada. And then... And here's the thing, I think today we had these 2 drops, so this is where they will go. Alright, cool. Saving my drops up until this point. Ice Blast, alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, Wow. Wow, I'm really feeling it now, guys. That's great. Yup, ready to make an Ice Blast Sork now. Well, at least you guessed the skill correctly, but... Oh, dude. Oh, that is ass. Oh. 15/3 enchant. Oh, that'd be something. And the memes continue. Alright, 10C, 11L. 10C, 11L. 11F. Ice Blast Ormus, and that was run 83, I think. 187. Okay, so I'm a little bit farther along than I thought, but I wish I could say that for drops. Worth a print. It's true. It is true, but I'm sure I could do just a bit better than that. You know what? I know I've got something. I will make a submission, but yeah, yeah, I got something for this. I got something for this. I think I have an idea, but it's gonna be kind of lame though. I have an idea, but I don't want to I want to surprise you guys with it, but I think it might be a little bit lame. No, I'm not gonna fucking do a foot pick, okay? Like, my feet, if you guys saw my feet, you guys would drop dead of jealousy. That's the thing. So, look, I am considerate enough not to do this, but look. Gotta take a photo of this bad boy. That's also it's mine, so to choose where you sell it, right? Someone in Act 3 that isn't Ormus. Oh. Yeah, Wishia. I'm telling you, I'm being considerate of you guys. Anyway, let's head back up here. Let's see. So, because WSK3 can spawn 2 ghost types and has huge mobs. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. You said 2 ghost types, though. I don't know what the 2 actually, no, you're right. You're right. They can spawn the ghosts, and then they can spawn the like the ghosts from Tower Cellar, and they can also spawn the wraiths from Act 4. That's a good point. That is actually a really good point. Okay, maybe I'm talking too much shit about WSK as a whole when I might arguably be farming arguably one of the worst levels for WSK2, or for WSK, which is WSK2, when WSK3 might be where it's at. Spectres, there you go, yeah. I typically call them by Ghost, Soul, and Wraith. Those are the 3 that I refer to them as, but anyway. Spectre, I think, is a good name for them, too, I suppose. Thought that all the monster types are just generated randomly? No, they're not. The monster types, no, they're definitely not. It's not random, it's from a pool of selections, yes. Anime suggestions that isn't JoJo? I like My Hero Academia, and... let's see, One Punch Man. Those 2 are probably among my favorites. Well, maybe not favorites. One Punch Man is definitely among my favorites, but Boku no Hero, I recommend it because I feel like I like the character progression. I like the storytelling. I think that these 2 things are really good from Boku no Hero, but it's not my style of anime. But I still enjoy watching it. Drizzle was saying, good, busy with WoW, guild leader of Progression Guild, so not much free time. Oh, wow. Okay, how's that going for you? So you've been playing WoW and you are a guild leader. Damn, that's very prestigious, I believe. I know that when I talked to Duzkrim, he was but a mere member in his guild for WoW, so nice to see you're up there. Had to use the restroom since you started the stream. Well, appreciate that you stuck around for that. Although I suppose... hold on a sec, let me... had to use the restroom since you started the stream. Okay, so Seth's not here. I guess Seth, you probably didn't hear me when I gave my recommendations. I hope you did. Dang, says Luciano. Nice Ormus thing. Yeah, thanks. But it was pretty ass. Go run some Andy, then maybe you'll get an SOJ instead of a Nagel. Yeah, man. Level 1, you start with Big Chant. What? Oh, I see, yeah. Getting 300k per Nightmare Trav run. For Hell, I think it's like 800k plus per run. Okay, I'm gonna go in now, be right back, okay. Yeah, it dropped. But I'm telling you guys, like, damn. I mean, to be honest, like, there are no souls on this, or there's not as many ghost type monsters as in WSK3, but I feel like there's still some pretty high mob density. So I'm really surprised that I'm not actually finding more items, generally speaking. Like, with the level of items that I've been getting, I might actually have just been better off farming Questbug Duriel at this rate. Although I guess probably not a good idea to farm Questbug Duriel with this character, because it's block chance, but anyway. Still no Enigma? No, bro. That's exactly what I've been trying to farm for. But I've been going at it really slow. I've been going at it at my own pace. I haven't been playing like every day. I've been playing about once a week now. Just when I get to hang out and chat and chill with people from the stream. How much currency you off at the moment? Well, I have a burr. I'm just missing a jaw. Well, I shouldn't say just missing a jaw, but the low price of Enigma and all of my runes. But yeah, no, like, low res didn't proc again. Yeah, that's so weird. Maybe it only procs on physical attacks. Man, Rashia, you got such good eyes and good memory. Like, I wasn't even paying attention to that. But yeah, I wonder if it's just because I need to actually get hit by these guys. Like, here it's gonna proc. There you go. There you go. Like, when I have lower res up, it's pretty trivial to actually plow through these guys, but it's not always up. Maybe I'm playing this build wrong, actually. Maybe what I'm supposed to be doing is I need to, like, stand next to a group of monsters, let them hit me, then when the thing is active, then I just, like, cast my Claws of whatever they're called. Claws of Thunder, or not Claws of Thunder, Phoenix Strike second charge. But anyway, yeah, so Driz, yeah, I'm off by a jaw. If I really wanted to, I could just steal Seth's Enigma, or probably somebody would be down to hook me up, or give me collateral, or whatever, but I really want to get this Enigma myself, either via my own runes, or like either by finding my own jaw, or by or getting enough runes that I can trade for Enigma. Do you take like a month off? No, I just am around every Wednesday. Yeah, I play every Wednesday, which, yeah, that's usually my routine now. Wednesday, and I just hang out with you guys. I'm not playing all the time. I don't have the time for it. And honestly, I don't want to like burn myself out from D2, like playing all the time. Especially with this character, like I'm gonna be honest, like this character is a little bit taxing, in terms of just like when I play this game, usually I would want to do it to chill out, but this is one of those characters where I can't really do that. So you don't want help, I get it. It's not that I don't want help, it's that I don't really want to take like handouts or collateral, I guess is just the takeaway. And again, of course, I appreciate it when people offer these things to me, but I also want to feel the sweet, sweet joy of working towards my big finds. Anyway, what do you mean, what happened here? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. You graduated to single player. No handouts there. Alright, fair enough. I'm guessing you are done for the season on Slash, because you have all the items you need. But the thing is, like, with single player, I don't really enjoy... Well, I enjoy playing single player for different reasons, but I enjoy playing Diablo 2 with others the most, right? But I also don't want to play a broken mess that's called botnet. So like, well, this is obviously the good compromise of a version. In an ideal world, we'd be playing on a server which didn't have map hack and didn't have like up drop rates, and we'd just be playing pure vanilla. But of course, I think that's I mean, this is as close to vanilla as it gets. I'd say like I can I'm not gonna really try and nitpick on drop rates. I don't really care much for that personally. I can't sub, but I could, sir. Just saying. Well, that's fine. I appreciate it, but I think I'm good for now. I'll ask if I'll keep you guys in mind, of course, if I ever do need help, but I think I should be okay. I'm legitimately curious how long it will take to get the runes that I need, or if I'll even ever make it there for that matter. Rune suffixes should roll too. What do you mean? Single player Chad versus the multiplayer dependent virgin. Yeah. As if you're being promoted to customer. Okay. Yeah, sure. This is legitimately the Diablo 2 promised land if you can resist the urge to open your D2s in Hero Editor. I mean, I've never really felt that urge. Like, if I'm gonna be playing a character... Like, if I start a character on Pluggy, and my goal is to, you know, get through the game, or to, like, do Holy Grail, or to, like, fully deck out the character, then I'm not gonna cheapen that by going into Hero Editor. Yeah. Would you ever play this character when ladder ends, or am I one ladder only kind of guy? One ladder only. One ladder only, definitely. Like, I have a lot of characters. Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on. Something. There's too many monsters there. I need to try and single them out. Okay, so of course the ladder resets are still fun as fuck. Oh yeah, absolutely. Other than that, I'll be playing single player. Oh, that's fair. When you say ladder reset, you mean like finishing up your character, right? Because for me, like, here's the thing. I know in your boat, you usually like to play Javazon, at least as far as I can tell. Javazon, and I think last time you were playing Necro, or some variations of Necro. I don't know if it's like that for you, but have you ever considered trying some of the other characters on ladder reset night? Like, for example, like Trapsin, or, well, I wouldn't even recommend Martial Arts Sin, but some other options in case you ever get bored post reset. Especially because some of these characters, like, you'll finish them off way too quickly, right? Like, finish them off and get all of the equipment you need way too fast. Like, there's just no way around it. If you're always just gonna run cows, then yeah, you'll hit a point where you gotta be richer. You're gonna be rich enough to finish your character if that's gonna be that. Won't be playing until reset again, so it will just dust away. Nope, I'm good. Thanks though. Still can't get over 1.8k health without any form of bow. Alright. I would never play a melee character like that attack rating. Oh, that's fair. Although attack rating is not really as huge a deal. Like, all you really need is Angelic Ring, Angelic Amulet. Boom. All your AR problems solved, really. But, again, like I said, I wouldn't recommend Martial Arts Sin for... Not even because of attack rating. That's not even the biggest problem for the Martial Arts Sin. There's like a whole slew of other problems with this character, I would argue, that are hard to get around, regardless of how much equipment you have. But again, like Trapsin, Druids, I know a lot of people hate Druids, but you know, Fire Druid's pretty fun, Rabies is pretty fun, Paladins with like Tesladin, right? I think Incendies this season was trying to make a Tesladin, or not a Tesladin, Oradin. There's just like a lot of different types of characters. I don't know. You should be able to choose whether or not your character levels up. I mean, sure, I'll tell you what, if you don't want your character to level up, then just go to Hell mode, and then just, when you reach 90%, just keep getting your character killed over and over again to any monster. Boom, done, problem solved. I don't know why we would need a choice for that when this choice already exists. Just deliberately reverse level your character. Oh yeah, Origin's expensive, but the idea here is at least you'll have something for your farming and wealth to go towards, rather than, oh shit, I finished my character and I'm done with the season, and yeah, that's basically it, right? It's nice to have, basically, I guess I'm just trying to say, it's nice to have goals and things to go towards. We'll snatch shit. Oh, damn. Somebody's doing some shady shit. Yeah, but not just in terms of items though, Casey, but like in terms of like I feel like there's not much we learn out of playing the same characters again and again, right? And this actually ties into Hom3 Watcher's question, where Hom3 Watcher was just asking like, would I ever play this character again when the ladder reset ends? And the answer is no for a couple reasons. One of the reasons being that if I were to play this character. If I were to play this character again in the future, I don't really feel like I'd learn much, get anything new out of it, right? Like, I want to actually try new characters, or new types, new builds. Yeah, I would want to try new builds, I guess. Yeah, like next season, I have a character build that I've never tried before, that I would love to try. Season after that, same deal. And it'd be nice to actually learn like how to build these characters, how to play them, and so on, right? Like martial arts, and I kind of know now, like, all right, well, this is, you know, these are the kinds of equipment that I need. These are the kind, this is how I would play it. Like, these are the different rotations of skills I can use. This is kind of the speed I can expect to run at, or these are the different areas I would farm. Like, I would know not to do pits with this character. So for me, that's not as interesting, because I've already learned enough about this character that I'm kind of satisfied leaving it alone. Macro. Ah, here we go. So there's okay, so again, a lot of different topics going on at once, but apparently there's a fight going on in chat channel. Let's see. There's a Jordan guy calling out this acro brat. Let's see. Actually, I'm kind of curious about something. This guy. Oh. It's a join pick up items. Let's see. This guy. Ah, whatever. I'm not gonna deal with this right now. So last few seasons I've decked out Poison Necros and Java Zones and shit's fun. I played a single player bar through Hell recently. I learned that I don't want to play melee characters in this game. Yeah, I don't blame you. Melee characters in this game are just inherently more challenging. No other way of putting it. Like I don't usually like to say it like this, but they're objectively more challenging to get geared up. Like if you're starting off with those characters, then yeah, they're objectively more difficult to get geared up because you actually, when you're playing like a Sork, you don't actually need gear. Like you just need like points into skills to do like a lot of damage, right? All your equipment just needs to be plus to skills. Like you just run like random items that give plus to skills. But with a melee character, you actually need like a good weapon that has plenty of ED on it. And a lot of the time that's not easy to come by. And when you do come across it, it usually has like high strength requirement, high dex requirement, or worse yet, it's just ridiculously rare. Yeah. So, not easy to make a melee character, for sure. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, there you go. That's a bit better. I had to adjust it. PvP mode where you can randomize items and skills from a pool would be spicy. Yeah, there's already people who do, I think it's gamble only, PvPing. Alright. It would reward incentivize smart players. Well, I mean, I think that the first step is trying to find people who are willing to PvP rather than just PvM all the time. So, that is one option. Alright, I'm gonna go run 190. Reload fixed it? Okay. Well, if it's the mic issue, then actually I guess you didn't hear me. That was on me. /C fight. Also, what's the fight about? Something, somebody took a mal from a public game. Just the usual, I guess. But anyway. Yeah, the other thing too, Hom 3 Watcher, is that this character specifically, like, I was just talking about how I want to learn more about other characters, but the other issue too is I don't like to, I wouldn't want to play a character like this all the time. It's just too difficult. Like, I'm gonna be real here. Like, it's enjoyable to play for one season, but, like, if I were to play one character, for every season here on out, I would probably go like Poison Necro. Like, I love Poison Necro. This is just fucking insane. And it's a lot of fun to play, and there's a lot of different ways I can build it. But this character, I just don't really. I feel like it's just too much effort to play for too little reward. I think is just my biggest issue with it. Yeah, yeah. But just generally speaking, I don't play the same characters multiple seasons in a row. If I were to play the same character multiple seasons in a row, I'd want to play like my Nova Ball Sorceress or Poison Necro. I think those for me are more fun in a general sense. Okay. Nobody can escape grinding is the plight of the non-botting D2 player. Oh no, I mean, I'm not criticizing grinding. I'm more so, I'm just saying, like, more people, there's not as many people who want to PvP. That's just all I'm trying to say. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Like, I'm kind of in a similar boat. Like, I guess for me, the biggest issue is I just don't have a character that's geared up for PvP. Like, I was supposed to try and finish mine last season, I just didn't have the time for it. And ever since then, it's fallen by the wayside, that idea of trying to join people for PvP. Who took the Mal? This Acrobat guy, but, I think the issue, or part of the issue too, is, the other guy who was asking about, well, anyway, I'm not gonna get into that, but yeah, that's the guy who took the Mal, but this guy is insisting that, no, it's a pub game. Like, why are you whining about taking Mals in a public game, yada yada, that kind of jazz. Alright. It's kind of weird too, because some of these monsters, particularly the horror mages and the souls, when they hit me with lightning, or they hit me with their poison bolts, or whatever they're called, it does actually proc my... It actually procs my lower res, but when these Herodrim Ancients try and hit me, that's when it doesn't proc my lower res. I really don't get it. Good names are worth more. Yeah, well, they are. They are. But I think that this, like, I don't think I've ever actually seen this guy, though. This, Acrobat guy. I'm just trying to recall. Have I ever seen Acrobat? Might be, like, one of those people who are new to the server, who either don't really get that vibe, like, didn't get the memo, or just doesn't care. Hold on a sec. Just checking if it was the same guy who jacked my mail. We'll never forget. Yeah, Yeah, I can imagine. The thing is, like, I don't think that. Oh yeah, no, somebody did take an ohm in my Chaos game, but it was weird because he picked it up and then left, but I wasn't even giving him shit for it because it was indeed a public Chaos game back when I used to still run those. This was like my first or second season on the server with the Trapper. I remember this, but again, like, I haven't run pub games in a long time, so it's hard to relate in some cases. Anyway. Alright. I think this is the end of the run, right? Okay, I think I'm just about finished here. Hey man, how's it going? Hey Furry, what's up? I'm just doing my runs, doing some runs of WSK, trying to do 50 today, as I usually do as part of the routine. But yeah, shit's getting spicy in chat channel this evening, it seems. Got my Necro up to 68 now on Slash. Oh, very nice. How are you finding it so far? How's the grind going for you? Oh, are you in the bail games that are taking place right now? Is that what's going on? Let's see. Yeah, I was standing still doing nothing because I was trying to see if I missed anything from what you guys were talking about earlier. But I think that's about it for now. I can just focus on my grinding. Oh, and I'll drop a meteor here. Hope that that kills everything on that side. Nope, not logged in right now. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see, anything down here? Okay. There's one small pack. 3 packs forward. Most of them aren't immune, so I guess I should probably just use lightning. Oh, hey, look, the exploding ones. Okay, lightning for this one. Okay. Actually, I was gonna TP back, but I have rejuves, so I might as well just use them. Huh. It's so weird how some runs I have to use up so many rejuves, but other runs I don't have to use that many rejuves. And sometimes I'm like so out of rejuves that I actually need to go to like Act 1 to go farm them. But then all of a sudden, like in this run, I'm at a point now where I have to start chugging down rejuves so that I can actually like make room in my inventory. What claws am I using? I am using Plague Claws. I will even show you. As you can see. These are Plague Claws that have... Actually, these are White Claws that have +3 to Phoenix Strike. And these ones are White Claws that also have +3 to Phoenix Strike and +3 to Venom. However, I socketed all 3 of them, or I put 3 sockets in each set of claws, and I put the Plague Runeward, which gives the chance to cast lower res when struck, and also plus to all skills. Both very useful. You guys are still going at it and arguing? Okay. Yeah. Why not use Chaos for that sweet Frozen Orb? Oh, because Luciano, I'm not making, You're talking about... Well... No, I think you're mistaken. Chaos Claws give... Let me just double check this. Yeah, the Chaos Runeward give... Oh no, it actually does give Frozen Orb. It's also the Whirlwind Claws. Go figure. Anyway, it's because this is supposed to be a martial arts assassin, specifically Phoenix Strike. I'm not trying to use... I'm not trying to use chance to cast on striking. Like, I'm not trying to make a Rift Sin. I'm not trying to make, like, a Chaos Whirlwind Assassin or whatever. The main premise of this character is that I'm supposed to be using Phoenix Strike and the other skills in the martial arts tree, well, the other elemental skills, not Dragon Talon, to do the majority of my damage. So that's why, in this case, I am using Plague Claws, because it boosts my elemental damage by quite a margin if it procs on monsters. Where's my cube? I put it in my stash. Let me guess, you're curious as to why I don't keep the cube in my stash like most people do. I know that a lot of people, their routine is they have the cube and then they put it in the inventory, something like this, right? However, in my case, I actually really don't like that setup at all. The reason being that you would, anytime you come across a good drop, you would have to run over to that item, open up your inventory, click on that item, and then put it into your queue. Then, when you have to, like, let's say, identify it, then when you go talk to Kane, well, I guess you could talk to Kane and just mass ID, but you have to basically take the item out of your cube to whatever it is you need to move it to. Or if you want to ID an individual item, you'd have to open the cube, then you'd have to, you know, click on your ID tome and then just whatever, right? For me, that's too many steps, and it's not out of me being lazy, but I feel like it's just inefficient. So what I do is I keep 4x2. If there's anything that drops that I think is really good, I can pick it up right away, and I can ID it and determine right away if it's garbage or not. And if it's something good that I want to keep for my stash, then either I'll stash it right away, or I'll wait until the end of the run, then I'll throw it into my stash. So that's my that's my style of keeping my inventory. Again, it's not what all of the high-level streamers do, but I would argue, a very good reason for not putting a cube in my inventory, and I'm actually surprised more people don't do this. Yeah, personally, I'm a bit surprised that more people don't do this. Anyway. Alright, that's pretty much the end of this run. Moving on to the next run here. Some peak productiveness. It is and it isn't, I guess. I don't know. I guess some people like to have more space for less space in their inventory. I mean, sure. If people want to roll like that, then sure. Can't seem to mule craft up gems and runes fast enough to keep my stash clean. Yeah, well, in my case, I don't... I hate having my stash is complete... My stash is completely full of gems and runes, though. Okay, so in my case, I don't actually collect gems and runes. At least, like, the really low ones at this point, right? Like, earlier ladder... was almost good. Earlier ladder, like... I would pick up gems from now and then, like every now and then. Usually early ladder, I pick up gems every now and then, but even at, like, especially early ladder, I don't really have my inventory full anyway. But by the time I reach late ladder, that's not a problem because I don't ever pick up gems. Like, why would I? If I need to get gems from people, I'll either just add it to my filter, or I'll take it, I'll prevent it from being filtered by my map hack config, or I'll just pay somebody to draw, like, for whatever rune it is, like, you know, Lem for P Ruby. Or maybe I'll just pay Vex for 88 P gems, right? Like, by the time you reach endgame farming, I don't really think it's worth it to collect individual P gems. Like, I don't really do anything with the P gems myself. And I'm not really interested in scrapping together a bunch of P gems to sell to somebody for Vex. Personally. I need to go to sleep. Good luck with the hunt. Oh yeah. Did you hear back from Alex Saturday or so? No, I didn't actually. Yeah, I didn't yet. But yeah, it's a good question. Maybe I'll ping him tomorrow and check up with him. That might be a good idea. Alright, talk to you later. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, you too. Have a good night. I don't get it. Why not solve the muling issue by enlarging the stash? Oh, that's easy. You mean for Slash? It's really quite simple, Luciano. It's because on Slash, at least this is what the mod said. In order to implement this new stash base, even if they wanted to, they would have to have a completely different version of the game. That's a change that can't be done without actually modifying the game code. Whereas some of the other changes they've made, like enabling Plague Runeward, it was just as simple as, you know, toggling, basically enabling it in some like file. You can't actually do that with the increased dash base. Okay. Okay, I don't usually do this, but I'm getting sick with chat channel. Let's actually see what they're saying, and then I'm just gonna throw my 2 cents and fucking unsub out of there. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, blah 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 blah. Alright, guys. So as far as I know, we have Acrobat and Jordan, yeah. And clearly Acrobat, Jordan's not happy that someone took his Mal. He was running those Bale games as Goodwill. And Acrobat's telling him that he shouldn't run Bales in the first place, expecting such behavior. Acrobat's clearly not going to be convinced otherwise, and there are you. So just drop it. question here. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, just had to try and work this out in chat channel because, like, seriously, I just want to get back to my runs, and all I see is people freaking talking about this shit. Which, again, I feel bad for Jordan because yeah, like, he probably is like running this as goodwill. Like, we've all been there. A lot of us have been there. The majority of us on this channel have been there, where it's like we see these, you know, we're trying to like run pub bails for people. You know, with no real benefit to ourselves, but then somebody goes and jacks the items. But of course, the issue here is that in Jordan's case, as with a lot of other people, they expect, oh yeah, the drops are going to be theirs when they're running pub bails. But it's like, obviously, some people have other ideas. Now this. These guys are so fucking dumb. That's great. Did someone, how much does an international flight cost in the US on average? That's probably a question more for Seth. I'm hanging out in Canada, so I think it really depends on a number of factors, what time of year, like where it is you're going, etc., etc. Did someone ninja loot something? Yes and no. This is my understanding of the story that's going down. Basically, this dude Jordan was running some public, I think it was public chaos for people, and then somebody went and stole, well, sorry, somebody went and grabbed a Malrune as one of the drops without actually asking him for permission. But Acrobat is attesting that apparently it was a public game, and everyone in the game was contributing damage, so why is he upset that somebody took the Malrune, basically, is the gist of I think what's going on. And originally, my understanding of it was that Acrobat had loudly proclaimed that he basically was the one who took the item, but no, apparently he wasn't even the one who took the item, but he's trying to point out to Jordan that no, these were not rules that were agreed upon beforehand, yada yada. Which, again, this is the kind of shit you see every season on Slash, for better or for worse, and, you know, people be like, oh yeah, you expect better out of a 20-year-old game, but I guess not everyone who comes from BNet gets the memo, and frankly, the way the game was made is kind of like, it does have that Wild West mentality, so I can see why people do this, but for Slash it's not good either, so anyway. Do you think anyone would trade a PNB Necroskiller for If you find somebody who's super desperate, yes, but by and large, no. Because PNB Necroskillers are, like, one of the most sought-after skillers in the game. On Slash, specifically. Because on Slash, Poison Necros and Corpse Explosion Necros are probably the two strongest builds for farming cow. Well, I mean, they're just builds that are very popular, especially by the 1%ers. So, usually the really rich people are playing Necro, and so those usually go for a minimum of Mal. Yeah. Although, oddly, I've seen Cold Skillers go for though, but PNBs, I guess, never go for under Mal. Never seen a PNB go for under Mal. Don't know entirely why that is, but anyway. Do I need to recharge? No, I don't. If everyone is killing stuff, then whatever. If the guy said he wanted drops for running games, that's different. Yeah, well, yeah, he would say that, but this guy didn't have quite that line of thinking. Even when I run public bail games, I don't, like, again, I say this all the time, like, if ever I run public bail games, I don't expect that people will follow. Like, I don't ever really bother to set rules, just because I feel like even if I were to set rules, that people just wouldn't follow them. Like, I'm inherently very distrustful of people. Unless it's people that I regularly run with, like Seth, Maverick, Coaster. If it were those guys and I asked them, hey guys, can I have the drops? And they agreed to it, then of course I trust them. But if it's like a public game with a bunch of people that I've never met before, that I don't regularly play with, and that I don't really trust, then I frankly wouldn't set rules just because I wouldn't expect... I just don't trust people. Like, I wouldn't expect them to follow those rules, even if I set guidelines for them to abide by when I do public runs. Yeah. Still running Bone Spear on my Necro, haven't switched to Poison yet, no Skillers. Ah, I see, I see. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Skillers would be the last thing you would get for like a Necro, just because most of the other equipment you can get will give you far more bonuses for far less. It's like Homunculus, for example. Like, if you're playing on Slash, Homunculus will probably go for like free, right? But or like the White Rune Word, you probably get that for free, and a base for that for free. But like PNB skillers are the things that you would get when you're trying to like finish off your character. It's more of like a luxury item. And it's also an item that's probably shared with a lot of other people other Necros who need it, so yeah. Hey! What's up? Eza? Did I drop high runes in this series? No, I have not. I actually have not. Yeah, so no, I have run 194 runs of WSK, and the highest rune that I've found so far is a Lem rune, is the bottom line. I'm actually kind of curious to see if my map pack filter is broken. Hold on, let me actually just check on the other screen quickly, because the fact that I haven't come across a good rune yet, aside from Lem, is really starting to make me wonder if my map pack filter... No, my map pack filter is working just fine. Yep. My map pack filter is working just fine, and yet for some reason, I just have not been getting any high runes. That's RNG for you, I suppose. Anyway, how are you doing, Isa? I could show you the list of drops up until now if you want. I just got rid of them a couple runs ago because it finally filled up. Like, I've run like almost 200 runs, and it took that amount of time to fill up the list of drops at the bottom of this stream display. Okay, well, there you go. I don't know how they died, though. They weren't poisoned. Yeah, I don't know what caused them to die. Anyway, I think that's the end of this run. It was a pretty straightforward WSK2, but it did take a bit of time to finish. I'm going to try and repair my staff quickly, and then we're going to move to run 195. How are you doing, by the way, Hiza? Just in case you didn't see, I'm just going to message back. Yeah, that's actually another reason why I actually liked this character. Like, honestly, the cons of playing this character vastly outweigh the pros, I would say, but one of the reasons why I liked playing this character this season was that in order to finish the character, I didn't really need to compete with anyone for gear. Like the gear that I have is entirely my own. Like, in the sense that I didn't have to try and, like... I didn't actually have to try and go into, like, a bidding war with anybody for anything. Any of my equipment. Like, I self-found my own Shaco, and I think I self-found my own Tal's armor, even. So that was pretty good. Now that I think about it, I self-found most of the equipment that I have here. The only items that I had to pay for from others were the 2 Plague Claws and these gloves. 3 martial arts, 20 IAS. And even then, like, I didn't have to, like, go into a bidding war. Like, normally if there's, like, 3 Jav, 20 IAS, they try to go into a bidding war, like Gull, Vex, Ohm. Or maybe if you get, like, Plague or White Claws that have, like, 3 to Lightning Sentry, you'd have to pay maybe, like, a Mal for them. Didn't have that issue here. Didn't have that issue here at all. Plain and simple. Oh, cool. I missed my, Okay, Merc just straight up died there. I thought he could survive a bit more than that, but I guess not. Hey, what's up, fatty? Yeah, so like I was saying, this martial arts assassin that I've been playing, it's been great in the sense that I just don't have to compete with people for these pieces of gear. Like, Angelic Ring and Amulet are dirt, like no one really spends that, like no one really values them that highly. I found my own Ravenfrost. I think I even found my own T-Gauze. I found my own boots. I was gonna buy War Travs, but I found these bad boys, which were even better. And then of course I found, well, I paid for all of this stuff here, like my inventory with martial arts Vita GCs to finish out this character, or to, like, I guess boost up this character, but it's like, I don't have to try and, you know, go to the subreddit and compete against somebody else for these lifers. I think the only thing I had the bidding war against people for were these small charms that have 7 MF and some other resistance behind them. Now that I admit, I kind of want to... I still need to get more of these too, so that's something I would need to bidding war for, but most of this equipment for martial arts is actually really cheap, which is a huge upside to this character, because, yeah, because it's such an unpopular build, no one needs the things that I'm looking for, and thus most of the equipment for this character gets sold for a lot cheaper. And yeah, in future seasons, as I play, if I play characters that are not as popular, then this trend might continue even, so that's pretty good. Bro, those boots. Dude, Fatty, I've had these boots the entire season. Like Like, yeah, have you only just now noticed that I've had these crazy mother effing boots? Because, yeah, man, like, these are what I've been using for the majority of this season. And I've never had any reason to switch. Like I found these, like, day 1 or day 2. This was from Nightmare Eldritch. You remember how I ran 1,000 Nightmare Eldritch to start? Yeah, well, of those 1,000 Nightmare Eldritch runs, these boots were probably my best find. Actually, I would even argue they were probably the second best find I've gotten this season overall. The only boots that I found, or the only thing that I found that was better was the Burr rune from AT. I guess, but these boots are pretty awesome. Am I ever going to go for CTA? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to go for CTA immediately after I get my Enigma. Because, well, because then my switch will be, weapon on switch will be obsolete. Like, I'll be using, like, I have Nagistaff on switch, and I use that because I can get teleport, but once I have teleport, I can sub out my switch for something a little more useful, which will, yeah, very likely just be CTA, because, like, what else do I really need on this character? It'll help boost my survivability. Not just my survivability, but also my mana pool, which generally isn't that useful, but I kind of need it when I start teleporting around. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for. Let's see. Looking spicy? Yeah. Yeah, it is looking pretty spicy. But again, I mean, I'm not fatty 180s, so I don't have, like, I'm not swimming around in 10 jaws and 10 burrs. Although, again, you spent a lot more hours grinding out those runes, so you probably deserve them more. But in my case, I've done 200 WSK so far, and I've really been finding, like, nothing much of value, really. I did find a COA, I'll admit that, but again, like I was looking for runes so that I could finish my Enigma. I'm not going to be trading out that COA. I'm going to be using it for the endgame build for this character, of course. Anyway, yeah, so Furry, you were saying you've been doing Countess runs still on your Necro, okay. And you got a Lightning Skiller earlier, maybe you can trade that. Yeah, you could. What I'm wondering is, how much is Lightning Skiller going for right now? Like, usually Lightning Skillers go for IST, and usually PNB Skillers go for Mal. So if you could trade your Light Skiller for, like, 2 Mal, or an IST or something, and then you could trade that IST or 2 Mals for 2 PNB Skillers, that might do you some good. Also, 7k runs of level 85 areas overall this season. Okay, yeah, that's good for you. It's quite surprising I found so many runes while doing Elite Champ Pack clears instead of full clear. Yeah, that is kind of surprising. Although I think maybe part of the well, actually, hold on. Where were you farming? You said 7k runs of level 85 areas. You were doing mostly AT, were you not? Or were you switching it up between like WSK, Chaos, etc. Last 3k runs were AT. Okay, yeah, well, I don't have a good answer for you then. I was gonna say, if it were like Chaos, then maybe it's because, you know, some of the champ packs you come across are still going to be, you know, ghosts, or wraiths, sorry, at the end of the day. But that's not even what's going on here. I think that it's just you've been getting very lucky with the monsters you've been killing. Also, what I'm kind of curious about is how many of those unique monsters are dropping the runes, right? Because those unique monsters also have a good chance to drop runes too. Like, relative to the vanilla game, they have the same chance to drop runes, but again, like, they also have a higher chance to drop runes than most regular monsters, of course, right? Oh yeah, there's gonna be a quick run because of these exploding monsters. Pitten Act 1 is a good place to farm, right? For what is it exactly you're looking for? For your current character, or just for running a level 85 area in general? But yeah, generally speaking, Pit in Act 1 is not just a good place, but it's considered by many to be like one of the best places to farm. Assuming that your goal is to try and get like some like basically a set of like to maximize your chances of getting good drops. People would put pits at like the top of their lists. Like a lot of people probably would, because it's got for a number of reasons. It's a level 85 area, so it can drop any item in the game. It's got pretty good mob density, so because it has good mob density, it also has a good chance to drop runes and just you have more chances to have items drop, I guess, is just the bottom line. The monsters there have relatively low health, and they're pretty weak. And aside from Fnat, Might, or Cursed Archers, they're generally quite safe to deal with. And there's only 3 immunities that you have to worry about: Cold, Fire, and Lightning. So, with that in mind, yeah, Pits is considered by a lot of people to be one of the best places in the game to farm. For me personally, I don't really like Pits. I don't think it's like boring to farm, I just don't really like it personally. It doesn't ever really feel like it pays out, and yeah, that's the main reason, I think. Like, if I'm being honest, like it's just not a place I farm, because I don't really feel like my luck in Pits is very good. But in theory, it's supposed to be one of the better places to farm. Cursed and Enchanted Archers. Yeah, those are the ones that you had to worry about the most. But aside from Cursed Enchanted Archers, you're fine. Like you're not going to ever run into many situations where you're at risk of dying at the end of the day. You would be hard-pressed to encounter such situations. When you're going up against Fallen, when you're going up against zombies, or skeletons, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's skeletons. And when you're going up against those spearwomen. The spearwomen can be kind of dangerous, but a lot of the time the monsters and pits that you're going to be encountering are far less dangerous than the souls in WSK2 or basically a lot of the monsters in WSK2, and they're a lot less tanky than the Venom Lords from Chaos Sanctuary. That's the big one. Like, as much as I love farming Chaos Sanctuary is not an area that you would go to on day 1 if you're trying to, like, get runes. Okay, I casted Fate, but apparently I'm still taking damage. So, yeah, anyway, get the idea. Found Jaw once from Unique Monster only in Maggot Lair, damn. Yeah, but even though I tried doing pit and counters in the same run, but it doesn't seem efficient enough. Okay, so this is why I was saying, like, in theory, pits is one of the best places to farm. I was saying that with regards to endgame. In your case, you said you're playing a Bone Mancer, right? I think that's what you had mentioned. And that's one of the issues, I would say, with Bone Mancer. You're going to have probably a tougher time trying to farm with a Bone Mancer, because it's not as... there's not as many places that are geared up for it very nicely. Like, yeah, with pits you don't come across any immunes, but it might take you some time to go through all of it. Also, you said you're running Countess. What exactly are you trying to run Countess for, if you don't mind me asking? What is your goal with Countess? Are you trying to run Tikis? Because I can tell you something. If your goal is to run Countess to get Tikis, right? Because here's the thing. Like, if my goal right now, like if I were just starting on the server and I have a Bone Mancer and I just wanted to get geared up, probably what I would do is I would run a bunch of Countess with a teleport staff, And the reason for this is because I think Swisher right now is offering Gull Rune per 3 Tikis, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong about this. You could ask Swisher for his rates from like the source itself, right? But that is probably where most of my wealth would go. Running counters for the champ packs and runes for treachery. Okay, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Honestly, I would even say that you're probably better off just going Countess specifically. Because if you're farming pits, you're gunning for like, you're hoping for like a unique to drop that's from the TC87 category, right? Like, you're hoping for like a Death's Web, high-end unique, like a Death's Web or like a Griffin's Eye or like a Death's Fathom or what. Or you're hoping for runes. Or you're hoping for mid-level uniques, right? And as we know, the high-end uniques take a while to drop. Even if you have 400 MF, you could run like 1,000 runs and you could still not find it. So the odds of that are pretty low. However, materials or something. Yeah, exactly. And I think on the server they're referred to as orange boxes. But I wasn't sure if you're familiar with the terminology. So for these, in quotes, orange boxes, you know, if that's your goal, then yeah, pits would be the place to go to get something like that. But right now, you're at the point where you're still trying to level your character, or you're still trying to build up your character, right? You're trying to gear them up. You're trying to get some items on them. You're trying to get wealth so you can probably make it to Enigma and etc. etc. If that's the case, then your goals should be to get runes of any kind. Well, lemon above, I should say. I should be more specific. So it should be runes of lemon above, and it should be mid-level uniques, right? Like Shaco, War Travs, Homunculus maybe, like Mage Fists, whatever, right? Then later you can deal with going for level, like the orange boxes that I was just mentioning. I would, if I were you, prioritize going Countess, just because, or going Countess Tower, because those champ packs are like level 82 and above, so they can actually drop those high-end uniques, like Death's Web, Death's Fathom. However, they are high enough level that they can drop pretty much any rune in the game, I think. At the very least, they can drop up to Burr, if I recall correctly. I'll double check that so I'm not talking out of my ass. And they also, because they're at that level, have a chance to drop the mid-level uniques that I was talking about too, right? Which are the things that you need immediately for your character. Once your character is at a point where he can farm, pits under like 2 minutes, which is a much more optimal rate, then you could focus more on pits, or doing a rotation where you're focusing primarily on level 85 areas. Does that make sense? That would be that's my take anyway. Again, I don't normally like to try and be like, okay, yeah, you should play this way or that way, but yeah, if you feel like pits plus Countess is not very efficient for you, then yeah, I would dare say that yeah, probably you can get rid of pits. Especially because pits is really not that efficient until you get Enigma, in my opinion. It takes a while to reach pits. Like, just running to the pits takes a while. That's the equivalent of like running for a Wirt's leg, basically, and then opening up the cow portal, almost. Depending on where the pits is located, it might even be farther than that, so it's a bit of an issue as well, of course. I'm gonna get some chocolates. Okay, sounds good, Seth. Alright, that's the end of that run, I think. That was pretty good. I'm down to 7 charges. I'm going to talk to this woman. Still getting decent XP from the champ packs and tower. Yeah, that's the other thing too. You said earlier you were level 60 some, weren't you? Also, Also, by the way, I did, yeah, 68. Congratulations on the rune and the Crown of Thieves. I forgot to congratulate you on that. Anyway, with regards to the champ packs, I am not surprised that you're still getting good XP from the champ packs. In fact, I think you'd have great, yeah, yeah, I honestly think you could keep leveling on Countess Tower for a while. Like, to tell you the truth, the season that I played my bar, like, actually no, it was last season. Yeah, you know, last season I was playing melee characters, right? And I had my Whirlwind Barb at the start of the season. And where was I farming? I was farming Countess Tower. Not for runes, although I did find a gull off of Countess, I think. Or Countess's pack or some shit. But I was actually farming it because I was actually getting some really good XP, and the monsters there were relatively weak. And I also needed T-keys. That was the other reason I was there. The main reason I was there, in fact. But the point is, I was actually able to level from, I think it was level 68 to level 80 off of Countess's Tower alone. Or, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not actually surprised that you're still getting decent XP from champ packs and Tower, because, well, they actually give a pretty good amount of XP, believe it or not. For a while, anyway. Once you reach level 80, by then you should have the means to move on to level 80 areas, so... But I think, even better than that, you're also able to... Oh yeah, I should probably check to make sure that you can get any rune. I think you can get any rune in the game after you reach Tower Cellar level 3 and above, but let me just double check that quickly after this pack. Okay, drop calculator. Let's see. Let's see, so normal monster, I think it would be ghosts. Yeah, alright. Sort by chance. Okay, so you can actually get up to a Burr rune from a ghost in Tower Cellar level 1. Does it change as you get to... Yeah, I guess you really can't go get more than that. Oh, I'm glad I... Oh, no, you can! Okay. Yeah, if you make it to Tower Cellar level 4, then the ghosts from there can drop Jaw or Cham. And then the ghosts in Tower Cellar level 5 can also still only drop up to Cham, apparently. But the point here is, no matter which level of Tower Cellar you're in, if you're killing ghosts, or any monster for that matter, I think they all have chances to drop up to... They could probably drop up to Burr at the very least, and then the monsters that are in the lower levels can even drop up to Cham, or Jaw, right? So, it's like, if you're looking for runes, then Tower Cellar is actually a pretty good place to farm. What do you think about Hell Tomb runs? Hell Tomb runs, like, you mean like Halls of the Dead? I mean, I've never done them myself, but Coaster vouches for them. And to be honest, when I've run normal Tal Rasha's tombs, right, like, they're pretty dense. I don't know about Halls of the Dead, that's the thing. I don't usually check Halls of the Dead, or I don't pay much attention to Halls of the Dead, but Coaster insists that, yeah, Halls of the Dead are pretty crazy in the mob density. And I would even argue the same for Tal Rasha's tombs. So, yeah, I wouldn't say it's a bad place to farm. The only thing you gotta... the only thing to really look out for, I feel like, in Tal Rasha's tombs is... Well... There's not really... If you're running Countess's Tower, there's a bit of a guaranteed return, because when you kill Countess, she has like a 1 in 10 chance to drop T-keys, so you're always going to be profiting from it in some way, right? Like, if you're already going to do, like, let's say 30 Tower Cellar runs, then you'll probably find 3 T-keys, which is already like a gull if you sell it to Swisher. But if you're going to Tal Tombs, you might not be getting as much value out of it, or as much guaranteed value out of it. But Halls of the Dead or Tal's Tomb, yeah, I guess either or. But yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of monsters in Tal Tombs. I don't know so much about Halls of the Dead though. I haven't really paid much attention to it. But yeah, I would actually vouch for it. I would, like, it's not a level 85 area, but here's the thing, okay? Like, I know a lot of people, like, this is the, it's funny because I've even seen some, like, really well-written threads about this. A lot of people will insist that the best places to farm runes are level 85 areas. Like, AT, AT or pits. But that's actually not true. I would argue, like, your best bet for finding runes is farming anywhere that has like huge mob density or high mob density. And it so happens that, yeah, Tal Tombs, possibly Halls of the Dead, and or have this high mob density, and I guess also where there's ghost type monsters or special monsters, so like Trav, Cows, Countess's Tower, where there's ghosts and wraiths. And I think even Tal's Tombs have ghosts too, so yeah, I definitely would vouch for those areas, even if they're not level 85. Anyway, yeah, so basically, long story short, I would say that Tal's or Tomb runs might not be bad if you could do them quickly, and I think you can, because as a Necro, like, probably you'd thrive on those Tomb runs. Although, now that I think about it, I don't know if there's immune, like magic immune monsters in those areas. That's the only thing to look out for. Because you said you're playing a Bone Mancer, so I don't know how many of those monsters are going to be immune to your... I don't know how many monsters are going to be immune to your Bone Spear. Used to get a lot of runes farming River of Flame. Yeah, River of Flame's another good one too. I think a lot of ghost type monsters and a lot of champ packs and a lot of mob density, so that's not a bad place to farm either. But I was just thinking about how some threads I've written will posit pits as a good place to farm runes, and frankly, I just don't agree with that. Like, and I'm not just saying that as, like, because, you know, my findings, like when I ran 1,000 pits, I didn't get jack shit. Except for like maybe 3 runes in 1,000 runs, which is like 1 in 300. I'm saying that because like really, it doesn't have as high mob density as places like Tombs. It doesn't have special ghost type monsters, or it doesn't have special monsters that have a higher chance to drop runes like in Trav or Cows, or even like places like City of the Damned and Plains of Despair. And then it doesn't have the ability to like just quickly seal glitch it like Chaos Sanctuary does, so I'm kind of like, eh. I don't really feel like Pits is as good for farming. If your goal is to get runes, then I wouldn't really be recommending Pits, to be honest. So, like farming or doing runs at places not a lot of people go to. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it makes sense. For me, like, one of the places I would love to farm in the future, Halls of Pain. Or Halls of Bread, I think, is what a lot of people like to refer to it as on this channel. But anyway, yeah, Halls of Bread, or Halls of Pain, that's a place that I'd say that a lot of people don't really farm at. But, you know, it's interesting because you sometimes get some soul spawns, sorry, flare spawns. The mob density is pretty high there. But definitely, in your case, as a Bone Mancer, I think the places that I would say you can give a try, just for funsies. Tal Tombs sound like a lot of fun. And actually, I might even recommend Maggot Lair, because nothing there is immune to your Bone Spear, and then you can just drop everything with Corpse Explosion. I think Corpse Explosion even goes through walls, so you can have some fun with that. Halls of Pain is busted place. There are a lot of flares. Yeah, I thought the same about WSK. But here I'm not really too convinced. Although, again, as other people have pointed out, this is WSK2. Whereas, maybe if I went and farmed WSK3, might have substantially better luck. Okay, I think I'm done here. This run. So let's see. I want to do 1K Arcane Sanctuary Ghost Run someday. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of stuff that you were talking about. Back, by the way, one burr is roughly 500 estimated pulls. I don't know, man. I actually don't know. Like, plain and simple. I wouldn't trade, like... Yeah, I mean... I don't... I can't do the math behind that, but, you know, one burr is, what, anyway, no, dude. I wouldn't want to do the math behind that. That just sounds like a nightmare. But, yeah, I think it would be around 500 estimated pulls. But again, no one would, in their right mind, trade one burr for 500 pulls. Like, that just sounds like a mess. What things was tradable for pull at the start of the ladder? There's a lot of stuff. Mage Fists. Lemrune. Honestly, early ladder, like, a lot of scrap items that would just go for free, otherwise would go for pull. Crown of Thieves. That's an item which early ladder, like day 1, day 2, like people would easily pay a pull for, right? Towel Mask, that would go for pull. Alder's Boots, that's pull. T-Gods, pull. A Ravenfrost probably would even go for more than pull. Probably like Ummer Mal, even. Angelic Ring and Amulet, probably pull. Possibly for both, I don't know. Peasant Crown for pull. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could get for pull, I would say. Shaft Stop, easily for pull, at the very least. And so on, yeah. I'm not gonna... I've already listed quite a number of things. Mage Fists, I think I already said that. Frostburns, I would say, is worth pull. Arcane Sanctuary is extremely GG for high runes, charms, jewelry. Yes, so I've heard. I think Dark Humility was one of the people who shed light on that. Furry was saying, I used to get a lot of runes farming River of Flame. Oh yeah, that was a while ago. I want to do 1K Arcane Sanctuary Ghost Run someday. Okay. Yeah, very curious to see how that'll go for you. Let me know how that goes if you ever decide to go along and do that. But I think right now your main goal is to try and get your Tyraels, your silly little Tyraels. So it was like 0.02. A burr is 6, so you should only need around 300. Damn, that's some quick maths there. Yeah. Maybe a bit more. I used to farm upper/lower cross on my Hammerdin. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, although lower cross is a place that people farm, although I guess most people wouldn't really farm it with a Hammerdin. But yeah, no, I can see the appeal for farming areas that people don't like to farm. Like in my case, I'm the opposite. I like to farm at the places that other people farm on this server, or just for D2 in general. But I like to do it using less popular characters that don't usually see the light of day. So in this case, Martial Arts Assassin. Last season I did Whirlwind Barb and Zealer. Like, yeah, okay, people play those builds, but not very many, especially not at the start of the ladder to farm. Next season, the season after, I have some builds in mind that I would want to try. I dare say that those builds probably don't get used very much, right? But the areas I intend to farm are probably going to be areas that are well known, so there's that. Sparkly chest with TC level 87 drops in high runes. I don't... Yeah, it does have a sparkly chest, but I don't know if people have ever really gotten anything crazy out of it. I actually want to cube pulls into burr. Oh gosh, okay. Gonna need a lot of P-gems for that. That's the worrisome part for me. Anyway, so Furry was asking War Traps. Okay, so no. No on War Traps. Because War Traps are worth more than Pull. That's why I deliberately left that out. I was originally going to say War Traps, but I realized, like, okay, think about this. If at the start of the ladder... Fuck off, there's so many of them. Okay, there you go. If at the start of the ladder you have War Traps, or if you have a choice between War Traps or Pull, which would you take, right? The answer is very likely going to be the War Traps. Unless maybe you need to make like a Hodo or something, then maybe. Maybe you take a Pull. Okay, now if I were to tell you, okay, would you rather have an or War Travs at the start of the ladder, then, you know, you'd still probably want that War Travs. And then same with Mal. And then after that, maybe if it's like an ist above, you might consider taking the ist over War Travs, depending on what role you get. Like if it's a min War Travs, maybe you'd want to get rid of it, like anti-perf War Travs. You just want to like scrap it pronto and try to like sub out for different gear. But yeah, the reason why I didn't list Paul there is just no one in their right mind would want to trade Paul for War Travs, unless maybe it were ethereal, I guess. Yeah, so yeah. Paul probably, War Travs probably not a good example for what you can get at the start of the ladder for Paul. Why do 1 burr, 2 surf, 4, and so on, so you use burr equals 6 and then use something small like ist at 0.1.25 to find out Paul in math your way by doing I don't know, man. I'm not good with this math stuff. Like, I remember I helped you with your homework once, if I recall correctly, but I definitely, yo man, that shit is not my forte. At least I don't like running the calculations behind it. Too much work, too much effort. Like, I realize I can get rich enough to get Enigma via Nightmare Cows. Yeah, you could. You honestly could. I mean, there's nothing really stopping you. I think it's just that for most people, they don't perceive it as the optimal route, right? Like, it's kind of like, okay, you could in theory, like, I could in theory, right? Here, let me give you a what if. What I could do, I could make it a goal to make an Enigma, but I can't leave normal. You know what I mean? Like I could. It actually sounds like a really fun season in principle, but I'll tell you how I would do it, and then you realize it just wouldn't be that fun, right? Like, all I would need to do is farm up Rals and P-Gems, and that's basically it. And you don't really want to see me spend an entire season where the only thing I do, literal only thing I do, is farm for Rals and P-Gems, which is essentially what you're gunning for. You'd be gunning for what? Skillers, right? And then some like mid-level runes. I think Cows, Nightmare Cows, only drops up to... I believe Nightmare Cows only drops up to Rune, doesn't it? In Nightmare? I could be wrong. Maybe it goes up to Mal or Ist. It might actually go up to Ist. I think I'm mistaking it for Nightmare Trav, actually. Yeah, I think it actually goes up to Ist, but still, like, why would you want to do that? Like, why would you want to subject yourself to running Nightmare Cows like that? And where the best rune you can get is Ist, when you could run, like, Hell Cows, and the best rune you can get is... Or the, you know, you can get any rune in the game. Ist, yeah, exactly, right? So here's the thing, right? Like, it does sound like a dope season where, okay, yeah, I can only stay in normal to get my shit, and then maybe I'd farm, like, a bunch of... How's D2D2 gonna do it? Is he gonna farm a bunch of, Bale? Is he gonna farm, like... Is he gonna... I don't know, farm normal cows or whatever? No, I'll tell you guys right now. Probably I would just be spamming, here, believe it or not, I would be spamming the, Ancients quest. Or not the Ancients quest, the rescue the soldiers on, or rescue on Mount Ariat quest over and over again on a bunch of mule characters, and I would just do their forges. I would just do as many forges as I can until I have basically just so I can get P-Gems, P-Amethysts, and Rals. I just cube everything into Rals, basically. And then sell Rals, P-Gems, and P-Amethysts for Vex Plus, and then I would try to go for Enigma. So you see what I mean, right? Like, I could do these things, and you can totally go and do Nightmare Cows, like, it's, if you want to, then have fun with that. I mean, I'm one to talk big, because, like, I'm running a martial arts assassin of all things, so I don't really have the right to say this, I guess, but, I mean... Like, yeah, when you say you realize you can get rich enough to get Enigma via Nightmare Cows, it's like, okay, yeah, well, theoretically, you could also become rich enough to get Enigma through normal. It's just that, is this something you really want to do? Like, is it, I mean, really, And yes, Soldier's Quest gives you the 3 runes, Ral, Ort, and Tal, yes, so it's guaranteed. So basically, I would just have to farm, not farm, but I'd have to rush 87 characters through the game. And I can multi-box 3 characters at a time, so I'd need to do 29, I can't need to carry out 29 rushes. And, oh fuck, I almost died there. And here's the thing, okay? Oh, Frostburns. I'll chart that down as a drop, but not really interested in picking that up. Sorry, Coaster. Unfortunately, no Frosties for you. Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, here's the thing. In theory, what I could do is I could charge people for their Rescue on Mount Ariat quest, too, if I really want to. It's just... It just doesn't sound like a very appealing course of action. Notice D2 hasn't finished the quest yet. Okay, yeah, like, I'd have to go out of my way to do it, right? Like, although that's part of it. Part of it is that I don't want to go out of my way to do the quest, but also I don't want to, I like to have this quest handy in case I ever do need a Ral or Tal, okay, for this specific character. As my only character, I like to have it handy. Alright, don't judge. It's the same way with the Lam Easonstone quest too, so, yeah. Oh, hey, that's not bad. 7 FHR, 11 Fire Res Jewel. 24 is for Burr if Burr is 6. Okay. Let's see what else was said. Yeah, I really like Sewers level 2 and 3 at the start of Ladder Knuckle Fire Sources. Those bats unexpectedly dropped me Fathom. Wow, okay, that's pretty insane. Sewers level 2 is good. Okay. Sewers. You know, when you guys say sewers, I thought you meant sewers as in, like, sewers in Act 3. Which sewers are you guys referring to? Because you said sewers level 2 and 3, so I don't know which sewers this would be. Never mind, I need 193.5 pulls for Burr. Okay. So I double checked with calculator, fair enough. That'd be dope. 60-ish is almost a cube Burr, alright. Yeah, I definitely get a lot of skillers too, even from like... Even from Nightmare Trav, I was getting a pretty hefty number of skillers, but like... I wouldn't want to just live off of Nightmare Trav alone. I don't know. It actually sounds like a really fun season. Like, you can't leave Nightmare mode, but you have to make it to Enigma as the goal. Yeah, I don't know. I would want to add that to my list. You've inspired me, Fatty. You've definitely inspired me. That sounds like one of those things that I would want to do in a season where I'm feeling particularly masochistic, but again, that's... Yeah, I think Nightmare, honestly, Nightmare sounds more fun. Like I said, in normal, there's only really one way to do it, and that's to spam Rals and Rescue on Mount Area quests and just wait for people to, like, be buying P-Gems and Rals, or crafting mats in bulk, I guess, but if you can up it to, like, just Nightmare, like, you can only farm up to Nightmare, you can't, basically, you can't step foot in Hell, and you had to get Enigma, right? I think that'd be a lot of fun. I honestly think that'd be a lot of fun. I kind of want to try that now. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. I will do Nightmare Cows next season with Jabazon. Okay, but yeah, I don't just. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out though. I had to point that out because when you said like, okay, in theory I could do Nightmare up to your Enigma. It's like, you can, but do you really want to, I guess is just what I'm trying to point out here for you. Is SSF possible on Slash? Okay, well, what would be stopping you? Like, oh, hey, look, unique ring. Okay, this is going to be it, guys. BK, okay? It's going to be my BK, Ravenfrost. Well, at least it's a chartable drop, but 66 AR, 15 Dex, Ravenfrost. Should call it a Raven. SOJ, yeah, one can be hopeful with Shia, but alas, no bueno. Burgle's 5 to 6 ohm, right? So yeah, how viable would be a I'm glad you asked, Furry, and I'm gonna answer that in just a second. Sewers in Act 2. Seriously, sewers in Act 2? How does that make any sense? You can get a fathom off of level 2, like level 3 sewers? That doesn't sound right at all. The monsters there aren't even close to level 83. How can you get a fathom from level 3 sewers in Act 2? But anyway, yeah, Fatty, what makes you ask if SSF is possible in Slash, or on Slash Ladder? I mean, first of all, ZZZ, I think, has expressed interest in wanting to do Solo Self-Found. But yeah, what would really be stopping you from doing SSF? Like, I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, this season, most of my equipment is SSF, like, is already SSF. Like, my Tal armor is SSF, my Shaco is SSF, my boots are SSF. Angelic Ring and Amulet, they could have been SSF if I really wanted them to be. It just kind of would have been, this entire journey just would have taken a lot longer than it needed to. And then of course Ravenfrost is pretty trivial. The claws I did get from people, but again I could have just used Bartuks. I found 2 Bartuks already. Right? Like SSF isn't that bad. And you can always find like alternatives. That's going to be part of the fun of it. You're not going to be at the same level as everyone else in terms of wealth, but it's definitely doable. And even when I was playing on my, I think I mentioned to you a while ago that I was playing through the game on my, you know how I mentioned like I was trying to do like a mock ladder reset with 4-boxing, and when I was playing those characters, I was also trying to test to see how far I could get with them. And I already found most of the equipment here. I can actually show you what my character looks like. What equipment I have after maybe a total of about 16 hours of gameplay, if you'd like. Like, this is including the time it took to make it to clear Hell Bale, and then maybe like some hours of farming Chaos afterwards. If you're curious, I can show you, Fatty. 4 per ohm. Yeah, that's right, 4 per ohm. Wait, what? No. No. Ist is 0.125, Gull is 0.25, and then Vex is 0.5. It's two Ists for a Gull, 2 Gulls for a Vex, so that skews your calculations even further. And now that was a fast run. 4 Ists for Vex? Yeah, 4 Ists for Vex. Anyway. Yeah, so Fatty, if you're curious, I can show you what my character looks like after some hours of gameplay. Oh yeah, Gull's the thing. Yeah, I know. The Gull. The mighty Gull. The most controversial rune on Slash, I think. I thought Cham was bad, but shit. I'm gonna make a huge deal out of Gull now. I forgot about Gull being in the game, I don't blame you. Who wouldn't? Never use it. Yep. Nope, not until you need a Nihilist, you don't. I'm gonna do a quick sweep just to make sure I didn't miss anybody, but yeah, while I go through this, Furry was asking how viable would be a druid farming pits. Okay, so honestly, a lot of people in the past, like not on Slash, I'm talking about, have cited the druid as one of the better builds for clearing pits. Particularly because his tornado is physical damage, and because of that you never really have to deal with immunities in pits. What I'm going to say is a druid is more than viable for farming pits. Well, okay, define viable. I think that's what I should start it off with. Like, define viable. The thing about this word is it's a little bit vague to me in this case, because okay, you can certainly clear pits with a druid, just because, you know, this tornado hits hard, it does a lot of damage, and it does physical damage, so nothing's immune to it. But the main problem is that the tornadoes themselves don't really have good AoE, and they're not easy to aim. So it takes it would certainly take a lot more time to get the druid to clear pits, especially when undergeared, as compared to most of the other characters who uh, are much easier to aim, right? So let me actually show you something. I actually have a Windy Druid, so I can show you right now even. 204 next. This is the first ladder I've used Annie since they changed it. Okay. Skillers, Charms, Jewelry will drop a lot too. Best ones mostly. For what? I don't know what you're referring to, Fatty. And Fatty, are you interested in seeing that character or not? If not, then I'm not going to bother. But otherwise, yeah, I thought you might be interested in that. The character of mine, which was essentially solo self-found, so. Okay. Oh, the new Gulrun, no one's heard of Paul de Burr at 6 would be 400. Oh, I actually don't have, trading-wise, sure. Okay, well, sure. Let me pull this up for you then. One moment. You know, the one upside to do these WSK2 runs is that I never really have to, I don't have that issue of, like, finding so many items that I need to mule them off, because I just don't have any items to mule. So that bit of it's actually pretty nice. You said that's pretty damn good. I don't know what you're referring to. You mean this character that I'm showing? Sorry, no, that's the wrong window, man. Okay, here you go. This is the Sork. Okay, this is from about maybe 16, I'd say, hours of gameplay at the most. Spirit Sword, Smoke. Okay, maybe my character is a bit worse than I thought. But anyway, yeah. Night Smoke. I found Mage Fists, my own Mage Fists. And some FCR rings, so I can, I think, hit 105. Oh yeah, I actually hit a little over 105. And of course Spirit Monarch, I already found that. So this is what my character looks like within 16 hours. I already have a Paul Rin. That's part ways to Kovacs Paul Fall. Right? Yeah, my equipment isn't as good as I remember it being, I have to admit. Is this really the right character? I guess this is. Yeah, I thought I had slightly better equipment than this, but anyway, the point here is, I'll tell you right now, Fatty. I'll tell you the secret. Actually, yeah, I'll tell you the secret, although it might ruin the magic of solo self-found for you. If you're looking for runes, just gear up for Chaos Seal Glitch or LK. If you're looking for uniques, just gear up for Seal Glitch Duriel. Boom. You're done. Those are the two things you need. And then you're set. Yep, that's how you can perfectly gear out your character by yourself, without needing help from anybody else. Saw you were going onto Druid before it froze. Oh yeah, no. Because Fatty was talking about, is it possible to do solo self-found? And I was telling him, yeah, absolutely. And if you want to know how, I'll tell you straight up. You need those two things. You need a place to farm runes, and you need a place to farm items. The runes you can get from Chaos Seal Glitch or LK, and the items you can get from Quest Bugged Duriel. And that's that. And maybe if you really want to, if you're really lazy, or if you maybe only want to use one character and you don't want to have to go poison Duriel to death, then just go Quest Bug Andy, and then run maybe like Pindle with some high MF. Yeah, it does have life stolen per hit. But yeah, because why am I recommending these places? Well, it's quite simple, because these monsters just have a good chance to drop the unique and set items that you're looking for, which is what you need in solo self-found, right? So there you go. And again, this is why I like to experiment with different areas, because you get to know these things after a while. This is the approach I'd take. Maybe it's not the best approach, but I'm telling you, it's probably one of the better ones. Although I'll admit that Duriel will probably die a lot more slowly than Andy might, so if your goal is to look for like Geeds or Skin of the Viper Magi, you're probably better off farming Andy. But anyway, that's a story for another time. Alright, now, Druid. We were talking about viability of Druid in pits. This is my Druid. Now here's the thing with the druid. I don't have a CTA on this guy, so I'm gonna have to use a bow barb as my proxy. So let me just go fetch my bow barb, and then I will do a run quickly and see how long it takes me to do a full clear of pits. I found a 6-socket crystal sword. Is that worth saving? Yeah. Yes, no, not really, maybe. The thing is, there's only really one use for a 6-socket crystal sword, if we're not factoring in memeing with the last wish, of course. And that's to 6-ist it or 6-lem it. Probably 6-lem, if you're trying to make like a gold fine barb or something. So if you're not trying to make a gold fine barb, and you don't care much to get like a Paul rune from some other dude for a 6-socketed crystal sword, you know, at the most, then yeah, just chuck it. Because yeah, those are the two uses that you'd have for a 6-socket crystal sword. Either you'd 6-lem it or 6-ist it, probably. So yeah. I could hear the phone, so I might be on it long. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just hang out for as long as you feel like. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. The 6-socketed -5 fire faceted sword. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the third use for it. I've forgotten. That's a possibility. 6-lem for gold fine barb, 6-ist for pit zerker, 6-foul for strength bug. Okay, I don't know about 6-foul for strength bug. I've never seen anyone do that. Maybe you do. Maybe other people I don't know do that. But yeah, those are the two uses. And last, sell that to Moltres. Yeah, 6-lem, 6-ist, 6-faceted, or sell the Moltres, I guess. Anyway. Okay, here we go. So this was, I just wanted to quickly try this for myself, okay? Actually, hold on, kind of screwed this up. Maybe I should just do the, Alright, there you go. Okay, let's start this run from scratch, and then I'll run pits after this. Okay, so I guess it's been a while since I've played this character though, so you have to bear with me. Okay, so I have the 2 skills I need. Teleport, and Tornado, and Hurricane, of course. So here's the other thing too, like, the monsters here... Actually, this is better for pits than I expected. Yeah, no, like, it pretty much one-shots all of the Fallen, that's the awesome thing about it, but there's a lot of monsters that are immune to the Hurricane, although I guess if you have Infinity, you can pierce their immunity, and then if you have Doom, then you have -60 poison res, so you don't ever really have to worry about immunities that much, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, this is actually a lot better for pits than I expected. I expected the immunities to be a lot more of a problem, but evidently not. So yeah, is it viable? I would say more than viable, but again, I wasn't sure if you meant like early ladder viability, or if you're talking about like endgame viability. Yeah, endgame viability, you could certainly run pits in probably under like a minute 45 average. So it's viable in that sense, but is that something that you're satisfied with? Maybe not. And look at these tornadoes, they just go fucking everywhere. If you're talking about like an early ladder place to farm though, this build looks really good in pits. Oh, it's okay. And again, like, really good, like, it definitely handles really well in pits, or it feels like it handles well, but of course it's never really going to compete with Poison Necro, which is just completely overpowered, so that's, again, like, I wouldn't want to compare this to Poison Necro, but anyway, just some thoughts here. I would say, like, this is probably like a B tier farmer, right? Like, Poison Necro at S tier, probably Light Sork at A tier, then this would be probably under that. Assuming fully geared, right? That's the big thing. I say assuming fully geared because, again, I don't know if when you say viable, are you talking about like early ladder viability when the the druid doesn't yet have an enigma, because that's a completely different story. It's definitely a lot more difficult to farm pits, or any area for that matter, with this druid when you can't reposition yourself properly to spam tornadoes. Right? Like a lot of other builds, like Poison Necro, of course you want an enigma, but you could argue that at least your skills will go where you want them to. They go in a straight line with Bone Spear, or you spam Poison Nova or Corpse Explosion, which are AoE. So positioning doesn't really matter as much, whereas with the Druid it matters a lot for your tornadoes. Anyway, Druid seems good in pits because they can just keep pushing forward. Oh yeah, but again, you could push forward with most of the characters too. So what's the benchmark here for a viable character in the pits? I'd be hard pressed to imagine a character that isn't viable for pits, is I guess just the bottom line, or is the what I'm trying to get at here. Like, what's an unviable pits build? Right? Like a Fire Sork? I would say that Fire Sork would probably be unviable for pits. Yeah, I don't know if you can break immunities in pits with an infinity. If you can, then yeah, it would be viable, I guess. But anyway. Six-Sided Sword for EPing very soon. Yeah, I mean, why not? Druid is robust too. Yeah, it's robust. And you'll notice that I also forgot to cast Oak Sage. I mean, I'm rusty with this build. I forgot to cast Oak Sage. I'm not used to opening up with that. So actually, I'd have had 5k health. This build could very easily do player's 8 pits even by itself, I would argue. Is this Druid who found Gryffs from AT? Yes! Yes! Yeah, this is the same one, dude. Yep, this is my lucky Druid. This is the guy. Fully geared, I think Necro is better than Sword for pits. They have more AoE slap. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no. They are better than Sword for pits. Like, that's a bit tough, actually. Like, when I'm really thinking about it, I'm gonna point out two things, okay? Necro has more AoE, and and more consistent damage. The Sork has a higher FCR. That's or faster cast rate. I don't really think the faster cast rate matters as much in pits if you can't kill everything in the first place. So probably, yeah, your Necro is probably going to be better for running pits, especially because with a Necro you can run 400 MF with a Poison Necro, whereas you can't really do that without sacrificing either killing power or like FCR as a Sork. So that's pretty important. Love that drop. Oh, fatty. The Griffine with 0 MF? Yes, Wishia. That's the one. It was the one where the Merc poked the dude with 30 MF off of the Infinity that I borrowed from Dan. Yeah, that was it. So for Is to drop off Slash Nightmare Cow is 1 in 101,107. Okay. Any tips for taking out the Ancient who leaps out of Bone Prison? The Leaper is the same guy who, yeah, the Leaper is the same guy that has the pole axe, right? Like he doesn't throw axes at you. If so, then yeah, sure, I can give you a pretty clean tip. Yeah, sure. Oh. Man, my hotkeys are fucked. Okay, and then I can put this here. Okay, so Ancients, right? I'm gonna show you something quickly. Oh, hey, let's just win. Remember that epic declone fight? I'd really rather not. If you're talking about the declone fight from earlier this season, yeah, I'd really rather not remember that. But anyway, so yeah, if you want a tip, more Bone Prison, so many he can't leap out of it, so many you can move either the whole screen is light with Bone Prisons. Yeah, okay. Nothing but prison, exactly. Anyway, my recommendation if you're trying to take out Ancients try to find a way to pin the dude who leaps here, this area. If you've taken out the other two already, you can lure him here, and then maybe you can try to, like, I don't know, this is the best I've got for you. You can, like, turn this way and then throw a bone spirit, and hope that it hits, like, maybe like here, and then maybe as he, like, runs side to side, he'll run into the bone spirit or something. That's the best I've got. Of course, make sure you have a bunch of monopots down here. Yeah, basically just, if he's just going to leap over your bone prison, then yeah, just use this area, because he can't leap over this. Oh yeah, right, I geared up this character for LK. Right, that's what I left off with last season. 2 seasons ago. Anyway, yeah, hope that answers you, Furry. Epic, yeah. Okay, one other thing. I want to actually check to see what's in my stash. Oh yes, I remember. End of last season, I was just running LK for memes. Not last season, but 2 seasons ago. I was trying to finish the 5,000 LK runs. Right, that was a while ago. Anyway, I'm going to continue these runs. I'm going to try to push for run 225 tonight, but again, I'm not really sure how much longer I'm going to want to stay up for, because it is getting late. I'm expecting that I can at least make it to 210. Yeah, 210. 1 character each ladder? Yeah, of course, 1 character each ladder. I enjoy, well, it's sort of 1 character each ladder. Sort of in the sense that... fucking die. These guys just refuse to get hit by this stupid lightning. Anyway, in past seasons I made bow barb. Or I made a bow barb, right? Like... So, but I mean, the main focus is almost always on 1 character. Last season, I had my Whirlwind Barb and my Zealer, but generally it's 1 character, or at least 1 character class this season. Like, the season that I was playing my Sork also, I used 2 characters. Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, sorry about this. I'm having a bit of a hard time because these guys are trying to give me a hard time here. This one has got conviction. Of course he does. And it's not a soul that has conviction, it's like an actual flare who has conviction, so that's a problem. Anyway, I'll try going to down that spot, then flooding the screen with bone prisons like Green was saying. Okay, well, best of both worlds, I guess. Just combine ideas. Anyway, 1 character each ladder. How many ladders have I played on Slash? That's a great question. I lost count. Okay, so let me count the characters off the top of my head, okay? So, there was... Well, obviously, there's this season. Last season, I went Whirlwind Barb and Paladin. So, we're counting by seasons here, but that one, there were 2 characters. The season before that, I made 2 Sorks, the Nova Baller and my experimental Lab Rat Sork. So, again, a 2-character season, but... That's pretty much the end of that, right? I'm assuming main characters, alright? Just because I have multiple characters each season, either because of like Bow Barb or Conviction Pally or whatever, or summoning druids in some cases, but again, that's complicating things. So, again, this season, melee season, last Sork season, the one before. Before that was the Zon season, before that was the Druid season, before that was Barb season. Before that was Pally season? No, wait, it was Necro season? Before that was Necro season again. Before that was Paladin season. Before that was Assassin. And before that, I think, was like, the first time I stepped foot on Slash, like not for a ladder reset, like it was already midway through the ladder reset, I was playing Sork. So I've been on Slash for 11 seasons total. But damn, I've been here for 11 seasons. Yo, fuck, I need a new hobby. But yeah, I've been here for 11 seasons. Like, I had to really think about this off the top of my head here. But, indeed, I've been here for quite some time. What's the lab rat sword? Oh, that's easy. It's the one that I was just showing you. Just before I hop back over to my assassin here. I'll just show, like, the thing is, I guess there's not really much to show about that sword. It's just, I rotated a lot of different character types to try and keep myself from getting bored, right? Like of course the Nova Baller was always my end game, but I didn't want to just, like, I find Lightning Sork, specifically, to be super fucking boring. So what I did, okay, sorry, no, there's a bit of context that needs to be given, and I need to, again, take a bit of a short breather to explain this. They changed Brem Spartfit? Nope. I don't believe that they've changed any monsters in this game. No. Furry. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that Slash has changed anything in the monster front. Pretty sure they haven't. So for him to not always spawn Lightning Enchanted, I don't know. It could also be because you're used to playing single player, right? And I don't know if monsters spawn with the same modifiers in single player, if you don't re-roll the map or whatever. I don't know. Okay, anyway, so the Lab Rat Sork. So Washia, the thing is, when 2 seasons ago, I was playing, like, the central theme of the season was that I was playing Sork, right? I had played, for a ladder reset, I had played every character up until that point except for a Sork. And that season, I was also trying to get super filthy stinking rich. So, in order to go through the... Okay, no. I wanted to go through the rest of the game with my ladder reset team. So acts 1 through 5 with my Sork, right? But I also wanted to do quest bug Diablo for some of those runs because I was trying to do 1,000 chaos. And I needed a character who could do quest bug Diablo, but it couldn't be the character that I went to Act 5 with my ladder reset team with. Okay, that much makes sense, right? Because yeah, so what I had to do was I had to make a completely separate character who I turned into the Nova Baller Sork, who can, you know, run chaos in like 40 to 45 seconds, like while doing quest bug Diablo too. And the Sork that I ran through the game with my ladder reset team, I just turned her into this character that I was just rotating between different skill setups with. Because I had a bunch of, like, scrap items lying around. Like, I had Tal Armor, Tal Amulet, Tal Mask, like... And I was like, okay, well, I might as well just... And I also had 2 Sword Torches for some reason. I don't even remember why. And, like, some spare Annihilises and some spare, like, Skiller GCs just lying around. And I just made 2 Sorks, like... And for the first Sork, of course, once again, it was my Nova Baller, but for the second Sork, I was like, okay, well, I can just do whatever I want with this character because Talset is so generic that you can use it for any Sork you want. So I went and I experimented with a lot of different setups. I went, like, Lightning with, I think I went, like, Lightning plus Hydra or some shit like that. No, sorry, it was Frost Nova plus Hydra. I went, like, Nova with Frost Nova, if I recall correctly. I went, like, Lightning plus Firewall. I don't even remember. It was a while ago, but I tried just a lot of random different combinations for shits and giggles. It was a lot of fun. That was my Lab Rat Sork. Lightning plus Hydra. Yeah, I know, right? So yeah, a bit of context had to be given as to why that Sork existed. But I basically just did whatever I felt like, without interfering with any of the respecs on my, like, my proper Sork dilemma, the Nova Baller. The Nova Baller was just the Nova Baller. I didn't want to respec her into anything else, but the original Sork that was a Lightning Sork, I really didn't want to keep her as a Lightning Sork because that shit's so fucking boring. So again, like, really wanted to switch it up. I made a lot of different hybrid builds. I think I remember. I also did Meteorb, of course, right? I went Meteorb just for shits and giggles, as well as I remember for sure I did Frost Nova Hydra because that one was Sorry, Frost Orb plus Hydra. That one for me was my favorite. That was the one I actually had the most fun with. And then I think some of the other builds I tried to involved like yeah, no, that's really about it actually. Yeah. I also tried to max that character out for 500 MF. That was it. That was the other thing too. I remember. I didn't put in a bunch of skillers on that character. What I did was I stuffed a bunch of 7 MF small charms because I had those lying around. Yep. I had enough leftover gear after I geared up my Nova Baller Sork with near perfect equipment that I was able to put Tal, like full Tal, plus enough MF equipment to reach 500 MF on my Lab Rat Sork. Basically my side bitch. Yeah, it was a good season. Like that was a great season. I loved it. So many times I saw Brem wipe a group in that first room endurance level 3 on BNet. Yep, that I believe that. The trick there is just spawn them players 1 and you're good to go. But yeah, I could imagine. I don't know. Brem Sparkfist is dangerous. But I don't know why he wouldn't be spawning with Lightning Enchanted. Maybe he always does, maybe he always doesn't. Maybe Slash specifically it doesn't, I don't know. I don't think that they changed any of the monster stats. I don't recall any instance where they had changed monster stats at all. So I'd be surprised if Brem Sparkfist of all people had changed stats. Hey Bernie, what's up? Nova Baller was the best. I love that ladder so much. Wish I played. Yeah, that ladder was a lot of fun. It was nice being able to cut loose, right? Because everyone's usually like, you know, well, I mean, no one really doubts this, but like, but I'm usually just, you know, I'm trying to have fun with like off-meta, unusual builds, and I really enjoy just demonstrating things that just don't normally see the light of day, or that most people don't want to play because it's perceived to be unviable, which I respect, right? Like again, like I wouldn't wish the torture of playing this martial arts assassin on even my worst enemies. All right, like this character was something else. However, I would subject myself to this kind of torture. And what this means though is because I play all these off-meta characters, like it leaves, you know, people like Enjoy wondering like, okay, how would D2 actually do when you know I'm actually trying to farm wealth? And the answer is well yeah, I mean relatively well, because again, it's really not that hard to play meta builds. Like they're meta for a reason. You just go into cows and you just spam corpse explosion. Like wow, like a bunch of excitement. So to actually be able to play an off-meta character that can compete with, you know, like the meta characters was actually pretty awesome. And being able to show that, yeah, actually, I'm not a complete shitter. I can actually be fucking rich as fuck if I want to be. Is kind of nice. Again, this is kind of like me bragging and talking, like stroking my own ego, but yeah, I'm just being real here. Like it was a good feeling because I don't get to do this very often. Like cutting loose, like man, it's like playing with weights on all the time, and then you take them off, and it just feels like it makes you feel like you're running free, right? Like look at right now. I don't even have access to O-Skill Teleport, whereas last season, or 2 seasons ago when I was playing my sword, well, I could spam teleport as much as I like. And I had Infinity Day 2, whereas right now I spent the entire season trying to get 1 Enigma, and I don't even have access to that. So yeah. It's faster than Lightswork is an awesome build. P1 only build. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I 100% agree. I would not even try to deny otherwise. Of course, I can still run it in Players 8 with a bow barb. It just obviously isn't as efficient as a... What the fuck is up with this lag? Anyway, it just obviously isn't as efficient as a Lightsork or a Hammerdin in those instances. But again, this build was meant to take advantage of the fact that Players 1 farming is king on the server, right? See, this is the thing. A lot of people will try and use the same meta characters from BNet on Slash. But the reality is, the fact that Players 1 farming is much more important on Slash means that different builds are more valuable or less valuable. Particularly Hammerden is worth less on Slash, and Poison Necro is worth more. I would like to think this is part of the reason why. So anyway, in the same vein, yeah, that's kind of the that's one of many inspirations for the Nova Ball Sork, taking advantage of the fact that as long as you have Infinity, you're basically one-shotting the monsters even without a fully synergized Fireball. So anyway. Brem was more dangerous than Math? Brem, Furry's saying, oh yeah, Lightning Enchanted Brem with multi-shot and Conviction Aura. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Lightning Enchanted with Conviction Aura is a death sentence. It really is. Not even kidding. This is a nerf Brem after 1.07 patch. It makes sense. Yeah, I believe that. Multi-shot and Lightning Enchanted stat. Yeah, I know about this bug with the monsters that... Yeah, I know that Lightning Enchanted multi-shot was the source of death for a lot of people. It did a lot more damage than it was supposed to, from what I heard. But yeah, they patched it, so for better or for worse. Probably for the better. Okay, yeah, this is... something is going on here, like... I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but this shit's super fucking laggy right now. I might actually call it quits at run 210 then. I mean, like, I really wanted to hit my quota, but if the server's like super laggy like this is probably why I'm missing some of my timings too, and apparently why this Serpent Magus just completely slid right through my lightning. It took 0 damage, but anyway. D2 as a Jabazon, you aim for Enigma first or Infinity? I always go for Enigma. I go for every piece of equipment prior to Infinity and Enigma before those two things, and then I go for Enigma. Because on Players 1, your Lightning Fury should be doing enough damage to be one-shotting monsters without having an Infinity already, right? That's the goal, or at least 1 or 2 shotting. Like, the thing is, here's the problem with Infinity, okay? You're boosting your damage with Infinity if Conviction Aura takes effect on the monsters that you're targeting, but Conviction Aura isn't always available on those monsters because Conviction Aura isn't always available on those monsters because the game only checks for monsters in the radius of Conviction Aura every 2 seconds, right? So with that in mind, if you see like 3 packs of cows side by side and you throw a jab at each of those 3 packs, they should just be dead. You shouldn't need Conviction Aura to kill all 3 packs in one jab. If you need Conviction Aura to kill all 3 packs with a single jab, well, each pack with 1 jab, right? Like, then yeah, your build is probably just not dishing out enough damage by itself. I like the stats Enigma gives besides Telly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even tackling on the usefulness of Enigma here. I'm talking strictly about why Infinity isn't actually that important for a Jabazon, in my opinion. Like, I've never really given it some serious thought up until now, but when I really think about it, Infinity shouldn't... Like, Infinity should be used as a way to break immunities on Players 1 for the Jabazon, but it shouldn't be used as a way to boost your damage, you know what I mean? Like, Lightning Fury just does an absurd amount of damage, especially if you're using it to farm cows. Right? Like, and I'm assuming, once again, that as a Jabazon, you're farming cows. So, those monsters are, by default, not immune to Lightning. and you're probably already one-shotting them with Lightning Fury. So Infinity doesn't really help you, whereas Enigma will actually allow you to get around from place to place quicker. Like, yeah, a lot of people will say, okay, well, as a Javazon, you can just run to the areas you need to go. Well, I don't know how many of these people actually use have seen teleporting Javazons compete with them, right? Like, teleporting Javazon is teleport, teleport, teleport over rocks and obstacles. You throw a Jav, teleport, teleport, Jav, teleport, teleport, Jav. You don't ever have to take a step anywhere. Like, teleport, I don't know how much I can stress this to you guys. Like, faster run walk is not a substitute for teleport. You can teleport quicker than you can run, no matter how much FRW you pack on. Like, especially if there's obstacles in the way, right? Like, yeah, the cow level, you don't have as many of them, but yeah, let's say you want to farm WSK with a Javazon, you're probably going to be a lot better off teleporting over some of these obstacles rather than running in a giant U-turn. Anyway, so yeah, if I were a Javazon, I would absolutely 100% go for Enigma first. And that's not even, that's just talking teleport alone. That's not even factoring in MF, faster run walk, right? Defense, plus to all skills. Yeah, you really can't go wrong with Enigma. That's just so broken. Do you remember what the level requirement is for Hell Ancient? 60. 60, straight up. Like the stats Enigma gives, FRW, MF, etc. Okay, so, hey, Washia, are you still here? You were asking earlier. I saw your message, but I was saving it for after this run. Do you mind demonstrating Chaos with Nova Baller? I'm interested to see you do it in 40 to 45 seconds. I still can't do it with my Light Sword. Sure, I will show you right now. I'd love to demonstrate. I would absolutely love to demonstrate because I love this character. Alright, one sec. Yep. And you also, I'm glad that you observed this. You said given you play on 800 by 600. Yeah, so a while ago, I was telling this to people. I tried this character out on, I think it was 1366 by 768. Yeah, I pushed it actually well under 40 seconds. And that just, like, that just nods to me just how broken having the HD resolution is. Like, this entire time I've been able to maintain par with some of these people on the timings for my runs without using the HD resolution. I'm proud of that. I'm actually proud of that. I never thought that I would say this, but I am proud of that, and I have to say it. Orange box incoming. Imagine that. I don't think I've gotten an orange box in Chaos for at least since the Griffs. No, since the Death's Web for my first Necro season. So that was a long time ago. And again, I'm not counting Arachnid Sashes here, but anyway. All right, so check this out, okay? You can see this. Starting the run. Oh, hold on. The hotkeys on this character are not correct. Yes, these ones are fine. For some reason, it's F6. F6 is the only one that's incorrect. This should be E, I believe. F6. Ah, fuck it. I'll just go F9 on this. I'm not really or D. Oh yeah, here's the other one that's messed up. There you go. That's better. Okay. F keys. Hey man, F keys are what I have always played this game on, okay? I can do just fine with my F keys. I'm too used to F keys to switch off of it now. I'm not really all that interested in changing my filthy ways. Okay. That's almost an LK run average for me at bad ping. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know what to say. For LK runs, I had latency issues before GS4 came out. So my response to this when I was using my Sork was to actually run 63 FCR. I played on F keys, I switched a few years ago and never looked back. Fair enough, but my muscle memory is just too stupid. I can't hope to switch it back, I think. Oh, okay, hold on. One sec. There we go. Wait. Okay, gotta try this one more time. Okay. Laggier than usual. Don't know why. Tonight's laggier than usual. Alright, here we go. Start to finish. Ready? Here we go. Why is it... Oh, man. I'm double teleporting even on GS4. Alright, well. Come on. There you go. Okay, so it's probably going to be a little bit slower than usual, but... just because of the ping issue. But usually without double telly, or usually there's no double telly, and then it usually goes a fair bit quicker than this. Okay, he's dead. Then you teleport upwards. Ah! I'm gonna have to slow it down just a little bit because this evening it's a lot choppier than usual. This one was a 46-second run, but again, like that was all with double telly. Yeah, that you guys saw that lag, right? Like that's what I've been playing with all evening. I think that's probably why my runs have been so slow this evening specifically. The timing is just off. Let me switch it over to GS5. I'm gonna try switching it over to GS5 and see if it's any better. Because I actually haven't tried GS5. Yeah, that was insane speed even with the lag. Yeah, I told you. The Nova Ball Sork, man. Like, and this is, again, 800 by 600. Alright, let me try one more time. Oh, fuck. Are you guys seeing this? Yeah, like, okay, yeah. The most I can make it to is run 210. Like, I can't go any farther than that. Okay, yeah, you guys can see. It's actually much smoother here. Alright, I might actually be able to do this run a lot more quickly than in the previous... Whoa, bro. Okay. Well, it's still a bit choppy, but it's not as bad as earlier. And this one's going to be a bit slower because this guy's lightning immune, but as you can see, I just pop good old Decrepcast on him, and everything's good in the hood. Oh, shit, dude. Okay. Oh, are you guys seeing this? Okay, no, I can't. I actually can't. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? You can't even tell up too far because of like, yeah, I'm supposed to be able to teleport a lot farther up so that I can view the monsters and come down, but yo guys, I can't. I actually can't. Anyway, I'm sorry, Washia, that was probably the world's shittiest demo. I'm usually pretty good with these. 40-second runs, 45 seconds, no problem. But no, that's fucked. Yeah, that's Washia lag, dude. Usually I don't encounter that, but yeah, that's... Usually without the lag, it's closer to 40 to 45 seconds. Shittiest demo. Dude, this was pretty terrible, but... Reasons why you shouldn't play on hardcore. This is exactly why I wouldn't even consider playing on hardcore. But anyway, yeah, you get the point though. Like again, this character, I designed it specifically to run Chaos Sanctuary, and it does so with surprising efficiency. And again, it's usually a lot quicker than that, or a bit quicker than that. But you saw that triple tally, yo, that was fucked. There's lag earlier on too, running Bales with Braun. I see. Ah, yes, just as the game intended. One fireball kills Vizier. Yeah, one fireball kills Vizier, but you have to actually look at... I want to show you this quickly. My equipment is all for lightning damage, or plus to skills, or FCR. I don't use any pieces of equipment that boost fire skills specifically, except I guess for Mage Fists, but... yeah, if I were higher level on this character, I could max out Firebolt, and I think that I could more consistently kill Grand Vizier of Chaos in one Fireball, but I noticed that sometimes he dies in one Fireball, and sometimes it takes two. But, that's like the difference between, like, 9 frames, like, not really a big problem. I'm not really concerned about that. Okay, yeah, I never socketed the Griffs because I didn't find that stupid facet that would make it worthy, okay? You remember what I told you? I was looking for a 5/5 white light die, and I never found it. Even this season. I don't think I saw a single person that had a 5/5 white light die, okay? I saw 5/5 white level up, but I didn't see 5/5 white light die. That's what I was looking for. Anyway, for to upload for you. That's some serious lag earlier too. Yeah. We gotta level her. Ah, yeah, I mean I could, but, you know, new season, new me, right? Look at that bar. Yeah. Yeah, well, I usually like to leave my progress where I left off in each ladder too, except for my Poison Necro. That's a special exception. But anyway, yeah, 220 Amulet. I paid 10 ohms for this. Yeah, my goal this season was to perf out every piece of gear I had, and also to hit 200 FCR. So of course, I had two courses of action here. I could either go, you know, 2 Sork 10 FCR. Like the thing is, 220 is the only way to hit 200 and still be able to use like a spare ring of some kind. And most people will go SOJ, but I actually love Dwarf Star. Because once I have Dwarf Star in Chaos, I basically become immortal, and most people don't realize this. But that Fire Absorb and the MDR, fucking insane. It's crazy. Dwarf Star with Skin of the Viper Magi, that MDR, combined with the rest of my res equipment, just makes it so that I just never die in Chaos. It's crazy. Have PT tomorrow. I don't know what PT is, but thanks for tuning in, Seth. Hope you had fun, and yeah, see you next week, I think. GG Gosu gear. Chaos Sanctuary really did pay out. That was the season. I found a perf V Magi yesterday. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Physical therapy, yeah. Okay, well, sounds good. All right, Seth. Hope that goes well for you. Have a good night. See ya. But yeah, no, Chaos Sanctuary really did pay off for me this season. I ran 1,000 Seal Glitch Chaos. That was the whole motivation behind this build, I think, or part of the motivation behind this build again. And I think I found 14, well, no, was it 14 or 12? I think it was actually 12. 12 high runes that season, or during those 1,000 runs. And I remember there was that string of runs, okay? It was run... Let me actually just find that thread. Hey, Errolds, what's up? Is this Sork current season? No, this, yeah, the tuber season. No, I'm just doing a demo for Wishia. He was asking me about my Nova Ball Sork and how I hit 45-second runs, or under 45-second runs. And I was just showing him how the character performance, or how it performs when I'm trying to hit that. When I'm trying to hit 40 to 45 seconds. 40 to 45 second runs. I can't talk for shit today. Anyway, yeah, here we go. Burr on run 564, Ohm on 574, Jaw 575, Cham 612, Burr on 647, Burr on 698, and I think in that time I also found 2 Arachnid Sashes. That's probably the most insane 150 runs I have ever had. Like, plain and simple. I cannot think of a time where I had a luckier string of 150 runs. That was 5 high runes, 2 Arax. Oh, that's a great question. Why Hodo over Shuda? The answer is extremely simple on that. It's just because I get 40 all res on Hodo. Without this, how can I mean, my res are kind of shit without it. I mean, I guess I could just sub out my life small charms for res small charms, but there's something very satisfying about having this set up. Yep. Besides, I can basically do what I need. Well, I mean, what am I really getting out of Ashudas? Like an extra 5. Like, here's the thing. I actually tried this build with the Ashudas and with the all res small charms, or the light res small charms, or whatever res small charms, and I really just didn't feel that much of a difference between having between having the I couldn't tell the difference in damage between having a Hodo and an Ashudas. Probably because the damage I'm dishing out on players 1 is already super fast anyway. But I was definitely able to tell the difference between not having maxed out res and actually having maxed out res. So I meant max res may not be needed except fire for CS. Yeah. But Yeah, but I wanted it maxed out anyway. Sure, you could argue that. Yeah, okay, maybe fire res is the only one that you really need for chaos. So if I really wanted him in max, I guess I could have just gone like fire res small charms. But like I said, I couldn't really tell the difference in damage anyway. With the Ashudas, I tried it with 5/5 fire, and I also tried it with 5/5 light. And in neither of those cases could I really tell any sort of difference. So I just went for Hodo because yeah, I get plus mana, I get plus all res. Yeah. If you want to make your own Nova Baller, then yeah, go ahead, go Ashudas, and then just replace these lifers for fire res. But I like this. It's nice and clean. 20 life, nice and simple. And I have enough damage as it is. Did you try using this build for Bail Run? Yeah, actually, funny story. What do you have as a jewel for my Viper Magi? 5/5 facet, or 5/5 white level up facet, to be precise. It matters because I was trying to find a matching dye facet for the Griff's Eye, but I was never able to find it in the end. Farmed Duriel all season for those facets in hopes that I would find one day. Nah. 35-13 and over 1k def. Yeah, I know. It was a really crazy crazy roll. I mean, obviously it wasn't a perfect skin of the Viper Magi or whatever. Sell me that. Yeah, man, my non-ladder skin of the Viper Magi. I'll sell it to you. This build Maggot Lair would be sick af. It would be okay for Maggot Lair, but it's like, at that point, you're just better off making a Fireballer. And at that point, if you're farming Maggot Lair, why don't you just use like CE Necro? Like CE goes through walls, so you know you can clear it way quicker than a Sork ever can. In my opinion, anyway, I think. So with regard to this question for the build for Bail Run, the yes, I did actually try using this build for Bail Runs. Yeah, the last time I tried to use this build for Bail Runs was when I was trying to help Deucecrim hit level 96 on his Druid. That's what it was. And that was the season I was actually testing the viability of this character in secret. And yeah, this build completely dumpsters players' 8 throne room. It's great. Because here's the thing. This basically one-shots the souls and the soul killers with Fireball at range, so it's really safe. And it kills anything else that's fire immune with Nova, or static field first, and then just Nova them to death with 200 FCR. So it actually is pretty crazy for players 8 throne room. So actually, when I was helping Deucecrim with his journey to level 96 on his Druid, what I would do was I would let Deucecrim run Diablo, like Chaos Sanctuary, all of Chaos Sanctuary. I would teleport in the throne room with this Nova Baller, and then of course I would tell him if there were any Herodrim packs on the way, right? Because those give a shit ton of XP. Once I made it to throne room, I would just mop the floor with throne room. Any pack that's fire immune, or sorry, lightning immune, I would just spam fireball on it. Everything else, spam static field, and then just Nova them. It would just completely demolish throne room players 8. Yeah, I would show you guys that, but this character is unfortunately still stuck in Act 4, and I don't plan to move it out anytime soon. But anyway, yeah, the only point where this character really struggled in Throne Room would be waves 4 and 5, when the Venom Lords and the Fire Immune Minions of Destruction came out. And the easiest way I was able to deal with those was, after static, I would stand on the steps right in front of where Bale just laughs at you, and then I would just spam Nova so that they could only come one at a time. But my Nova was large enough that it would hit most of the monsters. It would take a while, to kill them all. It's not ideal, not like the Light Sork, but it got the job done. Anyway, dude, this character is stacked, is missing some lifers. Oh yeah, I'm fully aware. See, the thing about that season was there were 2 light lifers that came out. One was a 40 and one was a 39. And I actually just didn't have... Well, I put down a Burr as my bid, but somebody else put down an Enigma for each of the light lifers. I think it was Ezia. And the idea here was he wanted them as non-ladder trophies, so basically all in. For him, it was all in. I didn't have that leeway, of course. I can't just bid my infinity because I need this for this character, right? And most of my wealth, if I recall correctly, had already gone towards getting Griffs. I think this was before I had my perfect Griffs too. So I had all this liquid currency, and I'm like, okay, what can I use to buy with it? So I was looking for 35 plus light lifers, of course. I wanted to deck out this character. That would have been great. But the problem was, again, the few light lifers that showed up were taken by somebody who was, well, who had more wealth to really spend on those. So anyway, you guys got the idea. Anyway, yeah, I mean, anywhere I wasn't able to get the like super perfect equipment, I settled for going for style points. Like these lifers, you can see that I don't have light lifers on all of these, but I at least made them all monster skillers, except for this one for some reason. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. I just made them all matching. So that this character actually looks good, even if I can't make it, well, perfect. Or, well, in quotes, perfect. Right? Like... What is this ring? I had a better ring. Ah, well, whatever. I'll sub that out some other day. But yeah, this one... this GC in particular, I found this off of LK. This was the other thing that I found interesting. I have 2 monster 29 lifer. Okay. Yeah, I remember I threw this on as a trophy. Like, I could have totally subbed this out for another light lifer if I wanted to, but I really like this one. I thought it was a really cool find, so I kept this. And it's also different graphic from all the other ones too, so it looks beautiful in my inventory in place of a Geats. On a character that had absolutely 0 MF. Anyway, yeah. Maybe I think you guys get the point though. I just like looking at this character. It's I mean, after having played the martial arts assassin for most of the season, it's nice to be able to go back to something as overpowered as this bad boy right here. So monster 29 lifer. Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, I really wanted to get some light life. I honestly wanted to even get 1 light lifer that had more than 35 to life, you know, like just 1 Vita light lifer. But I wasn't able to do that. I just straight up was not able to do that. Because, yeah, no one was selling any. I think at the end of the season, I actually had 10 ohms worth of runes that I was trying to buy a light lifer for. But no one had one. So, oh well. It was a great season though, aside from the light lifer stuff. I had everything else close to perf. Even the Hodo. I rolled my Hodo in an EV plain 4-socket flail, and it was 40 all res on the first try. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Anyway, I'm going to try this one more time. I think that it's a lot less laggy than it was earlier for some reason. Oh yeah, definitely. Way less choppy now. Oh. There you go, that's a lot better. Now, it's just my timing is a little bit off. Oh, wait, and this guy is, of course, immune. Oh, come on, man. Just kill him already. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this is a slow run. The only weakness to this build, I guess, is if this guy, Infector of Souls, spawns lightning immune or whatever. But then again, if you're a Light Sorc, you'll also encounter the same problem. That is more than pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, that's as easy as I could put it. Like, without going too, well, without, I guess, speaking too highly of the character, and I guess without going too low. It was good. It could have been better. Honestly, it could have been better. Like I really wish I had that 5/5 white light die, but I wasn't able to get it. I think part of the reason for that was that World of Warcraft Classic came out that season, so a lot of the people who were playing that season just hopped off Slash after that came out. That's what I remember, okay? I don't know if that was the main reason, but I blame that, because after that, no one was finding any facets, no one was finding any light lifers, and so my wealth, my precious wealth, went to waste, unfortunately. Yeah, fucking Dewscrim, dude. Fucking Dewscrim. And I don't know why, like, I press teleport every time. I don't know why it doesn't register the click, but whatever. Anyway. Trying to get a good, There you go. The character's just fucking dead. Or that boss is just dead. Yeah, here's another good, nice example of where the light, or this Nova Baller outshines the Light Sorc too. You'll notice if you were looking, which probably you're in the middle of runs, so you weren't, but Lord Desay spawned here lightning immune. And give me a sec, I can actually do this one in about 43. Okay, yeah, 43. But yeah, Lord Desay spawned lightning immune. If that happens as a Light Sorc, you have to wait for your Merc to kill Lord Desay. Even with Infinity, you can't break his immunity. So, again, this is where the Sorc manages to... It's not as fast as the Light Sorc in best case scenario, I think, because Light Sorc just one-shots everything in the best case scenario, but it's faster when you come across a monster that's light immune, because it actually has responses depending on which monster it is. In Lord Desay's case, or Grand Vizier of Chaos's case, just drop a fireball on him. And in Infector of Souls' case, you can just decrep him with the with Spell Steal. So, freaking. That's the thing that bothers me the most. I don't know why. It doesn't register when I click teleport right away. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me redo this one. This is one of those rougher runs though, where sometimes Grand Vizier of Chaos will spawn fire immune and lightning immune. And so when my Infinity breaks it, my fireball actually doesn't do much damage, and then I actually have to use Nova instead. So again, this is one reason I really like this character. It's like, you have to actually respond to the situation if you're trying to max out how much damage you're doing. Yeah, anyway, this is my last run. I think you can kind of get the point. I'm a bit disappointed that I wasn't able to do like a sub 45 second run, but you kind of get the idea as to, like, I'm a little bit rusty, it's a bit laggy, and I'm not really, just not feeling it today with this character, but yeah, 40 to 45 second runs were were kind of the goal when I was using this character. There you go, 41 second run. That's pretty close to 40. Yeah, but that's the idea. That's how the character is supposed to work when I'm trying to actively farm, and when you don't get dicked over, I guess, by a fire immune, lightning immune Grand Vizier of Chaos, or a lightning immune Infector of Souls. So yeah, hope you enjoyed that little demo, Wishia. That's the character for you. And this is, once again, without the HD resolution, too. The HD resolution, I think my fastest time, I did like a dozen times, and I think my fastest time there was 33 seconds. right? Like it extends the range of your teleport like a massive distance. I'm actually kind of curious, how far does it really? Yeah, like here it takes me like 8 teleports or 9 teleports to get from the entrance to like the middle, whereas when I use the HD resolution, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just like, okay, well, that's just great. And of course, Diablo, as you can see, is also a joke. Like even without fully synergized skills, like you can drop them really fast. Your click on seal and teleport was so accurate. I always misclick something. Yeah, it comes with practice, like a lot of practice. Oh, one other thing. I know that I said that was my last run, but I lied. Just a little trick for you. This is kind of how I used to deal with things before I ran this character enough times that I got fast enough not to have to do this. You see, when you teleport towards the middle, you can just hold down the right click, right? That's no big deal because you're teleporting in a straight line. But once you make it to the middle, you can actually slow down, or here, actually demonstrate it a little bit better. You're teleporting upwards, and then you open up. You see, as you're making this turn, as you're teleporting in and you're going upwards, right? You can slow down. You can just slow down your teleport and just manually right-click a couple times. You don't need to hold it down the entire time you're teleporting. Like, I don't know if this is something you thought about already. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just pointing out the obvious. But when you're teleporting up here, it's fine, right? But when you're trying to hit the teleport to this spot, and you're trying to hit the seal super accurately, you can just slow it down. Like, you can just, on this turn, you just teleport up to here, you hit the telekinesis on the seal, you teleport here, you telekinesis on the seal, and then once you finish killing, open this up again. Basically have this window open only when you don't really need to worry about the accuracy of your teleports. And then when you come down here, right, again, teleport, and then I don't have to have the window open for that. Then here, of course, obviously, you know, just have the window open at all times, like no biggie. But yeah, basically the bottom line here, when you're making the turn, when you're turning to reach these two seals, and then when you're trying to accurately hit this seal, you can just slow it down, and probably you're not going to be able to hit peak speed right away, but your telekinesis will be a lot more accurate, and that'll save you a couple seconds on each run. Again, I guess it doesn't matter for most people, but this was a trick that I used. I realized that I could just slow it down on the turn, and then it made it a lot easier for me to hit the seals without missing the fucking things. Did I try Chaos on Players 8 with this build? Ah, I'm glad you asked, Fatty. Now that is the question of the day. So the thing is, yes, I did. Yup, I did. That's as much as I can say about it. I tried Chaos on Players 8 with this build. I mean, it works. It works. Honestly, it works. Assuming a Bobarb, of course. I absolutely would not run this character without a fucking Bobarb on Players 8. But here's the thing. Even with the Bobarb, your damage just isn't as high as you want it to be. Yeah, that's as easily as I can put it. Now, understand this. The reason I was running Players 8 Chaos was because some people wanted someone to run public Chaos games so that they could level their side characters. And I was up to the challenge, so I brought my Nova Baller in. And the thing is, she can hold her own, but she chugs down a lot of full rejuves because, here's the thing. In Players 1, your Nova does enough damage to stun the monsters, so you're actually not taking that much damage. But in Players 8, the monsters have much higher health pools, and so your Nova doesn't actually stun them when you cast it. Right? That's pretty huge, you know, like if you're dealing more than a 1/12 of a monster's health, it'll force them into hit recovery. and that way it's actually an extra layer of survivability that this build relies on. But on Players 8, again, this isn't something that works. Also, this character is much more mana intensive because you obviously need more Novas to kill these monsters. And so I chug down a lot of full rejuves, and I also chug down a lot of mana potions with this character in Players 8. But otherwise, yeah, it has the damage. It's just a lot more... it's just slower. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Wishio. I hope that helps. Again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm just trying to, like, you know, show off this character or trying to, like, you know, praise myself or anything. But yeah, these are things which are possible with this character, and well, this is the product of hours of practice and research that I'm trying to share with you guys, because yeah, I put a lot of time into actually showing this, and it's nice to actually be able to share it with you guys. Yeah, anyway. So, back to my original character, back to my Slow Joe, martial arts assassin. Yeah. God, it looks nuts. Yeah, Harold. Hope you enjoyed that. For the record, for like a light sword, you could also run the spell steal on Switch. That's no big deal, but yeah, I think Lord Desay. That's the big one. At least you don't have to wait for your merc to go and kill Lord Desay, which is nice. Does Gem Activated actually do anything? No, no, it doesn't. It's, at least from my understanding, it doesn't. Maybe it has some hidden effect that we don't know about, but I don't believe it does. And anybody that's saying otherwise is just joshing you, probably. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of miss using that. I'm gonna probably call it quits on run 210, by the way. I'm not like super tired right now, but I think this is a good point to stop anyway, especially because the server, I think, was not being kind to me earlier. I don't know if it's still like that right now, but I think I'm pretty much good for the day. Okay, so what I was saying about Deucecrim earlier, the thing is, when I was running the, oh fuck, that's a lot of champ packs. Let's just... Okay. There we go. Gonna wait until the Might Aura is off, and then I can re-engage. Alright, I'm good. So, I was talking about Deucecrim earlier. I was saying that back when he was trying to hit level 96, the routine that I was following was that I was using the Nova Baller to actually clear out WSK, or sorry, Throne Room. I was basically trying to like set up Throne Room for him so that he was getting Players 8 XP. So again, this wasn't something he asked me to do. In fact, he just wanted to Players 2 8 with me for fun. But my goal was to try and make those runs as optimal as possible for him. So what I was trying to do was I would go into Throne Room, and then I would kill everything, right? And then I would mop the floor with waves 1 through 3, right? Using a combination of Static Field and Nova. And then once wave 4 rolled around, I would tell him that wave 4 had spawned. He would finish up his Chaos, and then he would come, I think, in time for WSK, or sorry, the last wave. And then I would Static Field those monsters. I would Nova them down to about 20% health, and then I'd let him finish them off. So that's how I used to set up Throne Room for him. And then after that, we would do Bale. Again, I go in, I Static Field Bale down to like 25% health. I Fireball him a couple times, and then I just let Deucecrim finish him off. It was a fucking amazing routine. I had a lot of fun with it, and it just, for me, it just shows the versatility of that character. Like, you could basically run it wherever. You can't run it wherever, like, super well, but the fact that you always have access to static field means that even on players 8, you're basically running all those monsters on players 4 because you can just, static field them and you're just cutting their health down to a percentage of what it's normally supposed to be. So, yeah, that's pretty good. I really like clickable farming on this season. Yeah, I don't blame you. Clickable farming sounds kind of interesting, actually. Like, because it's not... Clickable farming by itself doesn't sound that interesting, but nobody does it. So it kind of makes you really wonder, like, what would happen if you did it, right? And more than that, like, when we talk about clickable farming, we're not just talking LK. We're talking about everything but LK, so, again, doubly interesting. You want to do 1,000 LK runs? Okay. Versus Upper Kuros Bazaar, Super Chests, and Sewers level 3. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I ran 5,000 Lower Kuros a while ago. You know that, right? Like, the Sork season, I ran 1,000 Lower Kuros. So, if it saves you the trouble of having to run 1,000 Lower Kuros yourself, you can check out those results and just use that as your benchmark. And then you could just run those areas, those other areas that you mentioned. 5,000? Yeah. Yeah, didn't you know? Yeah, that was that season that bat super unique minions. Okay. No, the thing is, like, the season that I played my Sork, there were 2 big goals that I had as far as farming was concerned. The first was 1,000. The first was 5,000 Lower Kuros runs. The second was 1,000 Seal Glitch Chaos, and I actually succeeded in both, of course. Yeah, and in the case of the 5,000 Lower Kuros runs, I did the first 3,000 runs, I think it was 3,083 to be precise, on the first 2 days of the ladder reset, okay? First 2 nights of the ladder reset, so that I could get my infinity on day 2. And then I ran the other 2,000 at the end of the ladder season, because ain't no way in hell I was going to try and run all 5,000 in the first 3 nights of the ladder reset, when, so many people came out to watch me, and I didn't want them to just see me fucking farming LK nonstop for the first 3 nights. Yeah, 2 nights was already pushing it for me, man. 3,000 in the first 2 days. I'm not even kidding. I am not even kidding. Yeah, I have the video evidence of this because all of my streams are archived. Yep. I ran 1,000 LK. Okay, yeah, this is definitely going to be the last set of runs for me. I can't deal with this lag anymore. Like, it took me 3 tries to get the meteor down, even though, yeah, like, I don't know, that was fucked. Anyway, yeah. I'm telling you, like, it was a fun season. Just not exactly the kind of fun that you would expect. There was some level of masochism involved in here, yeah. No, I mean, I'm not exactly proud that I did 3,083 LK runs in the first first few nights of ladder reset, but it had to be done. I wanted my infinity. That was my single-minded goal for that season. And you know me, like if I have a goal, if I have something I set my mind to, I'm just gonna fucking do it. Especially when it's D2. Well, particularly when it's D2 related, right? Like that's the thing. And that season was pretty nuts. Like, I waited until the end of the ladder season though, because like I said, I didn't want to. I didn't just want it to be the case where I'm just non-stop running LK for the first 3 nights. Like, I figured that they would just put people to sleep. So I came back to it at the end of the season, and everyone was wondering, like, D2, why are you running LK when it's like literally, I think 2 nights before the ladder reset, I was running LK, and I was pushing to finish the remaining 1,500 runs, or the last 500 runs. And then finally, I got the, I finished the 5,000th run, and I went and made a post about it, and, well, you know, all was good in the hood, but yeah, some people thought I was insane, because, like, why the fuck am I running LK right before the ladder reset is about to begin? So, yeah, and then I played my, melee barb. Yup. How could you put up with that? You just gotta have a lot of, how did it go? Commitment. Focus. Ah, I ruined it already. You know what? You know what? I didn't do it justice. I'm out of here. No, not even faith. I was gonna say focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. And for anybody who gets that reference, props to you, but anyway. Running LK right now for 3 Sirs on Plug. You found 1 Sir yesterday? Damn, dude. Congrats. But yeah, it just... But yeah, in all seriousness though, it was a goal. That's the thing. Like, that's how I motivated myself to do it, right? Because, like, I had a lot of goals I wanted to do that season, right? I told myself I'm gonna do 3,000, like, you know, originally the goal was 3,000 LK, but I didn't expect to not have my infinity by the time I did 3,000 LKs, so I just kept at it, and then lo and behold, on 3,083, I finally found my second burr, so that was pretty good. But here's the thing, okay? Again, I wanted my infinity. That was the goal I set for myself, and I believed that LK would be one of the best ways to get it at the start of the ladder, so I was committed. Like quite committed to making sure that I would hit that goal, which was to get, you know, day 2 infinity. Day 1 infinity would be, like, you know, amazing, but again, I don't really think it's practical to expect a day 2 or day 1 infinity unless you have insane luck, or if you're pooling together resources with other members of the community, then okay, yeah, then for sure you can get Enigma day 1, right? If you got, like, a group of buddies that'll back you up and whatnot. Like, you know, think about this. Like, if you, me, Wishia, and, like, maybe Seth, like, basically if a bunch of people from this channel would, you know, pull in wealth on day 1, you know, we can make an Enigma, no biggie. But, like, reaction to second burn, I'm sure you did. And, honestly, I think it was an appropriate reaction. A very appropriate reaction. Like, I couldn't help it. It was quite the accomplishment for me, personally, right? Like, day 2 Enigma, no, sorry, day 2 Infinity, 3,000 runs of LK in about 2 nights, like, yeah, I think I have a right to be hyped there. Whoa, okay. Almost died there. Anyway, but that's what it boils down to, though. Like, I wanted to hit day 2 Infinity. That was why, like, why I was able to put up with that. Because I wanted to hit day 2 Infinity, and yeah, that was all that was on my mind. Like, gotta get day 2 Infinity. Gotta get day 2 Infinity. Gotta get day 2 Infinity. And yeah, also I wanted to do the, I mean, like I mentioned, my goal for that season was to do 3,000 LK runs. That was the goal I set for myself at the very beginning, because every season I'm always trying to farm a different area, right? And last season, or that season, I was like, okay, I want to do LK. So already, I had it in my mind for sure that I was gonna do at least 3,000 LK. So yeah, two birds with one stone. You had to get that day 2 Infinity, and also had to do the 3,000 LK runs at some point anyway. So better now than later. Just get it over with, because it wasn't really something I wanted to do from a gameplay standpoint, but it had to be done. Two nights or 48 hours? 2 nights. 2 nights. So on the first night, I think I did, like, basically after the ladder reset, I went to LK right away. I did 500 runs on the first night, but I wasn't feeling well, so I had to call it quits early. On the second night, I think I did like 1,500 runs. And then, like, before the third night, okay, so I will cheapen my achievement a little bit. Before the third night, I think it was like 3 in the afternoon on the third day. Which I still count as second day, because that's within 48 hours of ladder reset. I found my second berth. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. So no, it wasn't 48 hours, okay? I was very careful with the wording there. It wasn't like 48 hours after ladder reset start. Or, well, no, sorry, hold on. Now I'm just confusing myself. Oh, how did, okay. 2 nights, let's see. Yeah, it was, okay, so 2 nights. Yeah, it was within 48 hours of ladder reset. That's what I meant by day 2 Infinity. Yeah, there you go. That's better. I count it, like, on ladder reset, I count it by the number of hours, or I count the number of days by the number of hours after ladder reset, because otherwise it doesn't make much sense. I think from, like, a time zone perspective, like, for some people it begins midnight, it's like day 1 into day 2, and it gets messy, so... So yeah, it was within 48 hours of ladder reset start. There you go. But I guess it was also technically 2 nights, so the first night and the second night, but yeah, I don't know. It was a messy affair. It was a messy affair. That's as much as I can say about it. And I don't really think I'm going to be doing that again anytime soon, to be quite frank. Besides, Washia, I don't know if you are intrigued by this upcoming statement I've got for you. I believe that, okay, so here's the thing. With LK, one of the things I was trying to test out was to see how good an option it is for early ladder. That's actually super efficiency or luck given the time. Aha! You have activated my trap card, Wishia. And so this is what I was trying to talk about for my next topic. One of the reasons why I opted to farm LK was because in terms of early ladder efficiency, one of the things I wanted to test out is I wanted to know if it is actually better, or no, sorry, better yet. My belief was that early ladder, like I'm talking like day 0 basically, it is better than farming, or it is faster than farming cows as a necro. Even day 1, it's still faster than farming cows as a necro. After that, it's a little bit wonky, because then people are hitting like, you know, 3-minute, sub 3-minute cows on their necros, but before necro has any gear, they have problems farming cows. Like, it does take them some time to get to a point where they can farm cows, and it's actually, in quotes, efficient compared to LK. Whereas LK, you can run LK, 15-second LKs, let's say, once you have 63 FCR. That's yet another thing here. 105 FCR or 200 FCR for day 0 LK? Neither. 63. And I'll tell you why 63. Because apparently, when I run 105, I double tally. But when I run 63, I don't. So when I ran those 3,000 LK runs, I actually ran all 3,000 of them on 63 FCR. No, scratch that. I ran all 5,000 of them on 63 FCR. I remember now. But for those opening days of ladder reset, 63 FCR. Yeah, so day 0 LK was running 15-second LK runs, 15 to 20. Well, okay, fine. I should be a little bit more honest rather than conflating my numbers a little bit. 10 to 25-second LK runs, all right? Depending on whether it was a 6 chest spawn or a 3 chest spawn, and whether the chests were positioned right next to the waypoint. Yeah. So, yeah, I was actually pulling, like, the run times for these runs were like 15 or somewhere around 15 to 20 seconds on average, though. Like they were pretty fast, right? And they don't get any faster than that. Just straight up, they will not get any faster. Like, yeah, I guess you could, if you really wanted, you could say, okay, well, if you go 200 FCR, 105 FCR, but it's like, just taking that off the table for a second. Gotta go to grocery, see you later. Okay, sounds good, Fatty. I'm gonna be hopping off in a little bit anyway, but I want to finish talking to Ashia. So thanks for tuning in, Fatty. Hope you had fun. I'll see you next Wednesday again, hopefully. Hope you had fun. Makes sense, Matt. Makes a huge difference. Oh, yeah, absolutely. By the way, Ashia, I want to show you something. Again, little trick for you. Most people don't know this. If you... Here, actually, it's easier if I just show you again. Oh, actually, wait, what am I doing? I can just leave this game. 210 next. I want to show you this quickly. Check this out, okay? If I run an LK, like this is how I normally run my LK, you know, I just go, I teleport over to the chests, and then I would have used my TP, and then I just go back to Act 4 and I save and exit, right? So the runtime here was 17 seconds, alright? That's not factoring in save and exit time. Now, I'm going to show you something crazy that I discovered. I don't remember how I discovered this. I think it was by accident. If you don't TP out... Okay, well, this is actually a bad map to show this, but if you don't TP out, it turns out that your save and exit time is actually much lower. Right, I could have TP'd out there. This is one of those maps where it's bad to show because, like, in this case, if I TP'd out, I might have actually saved time, regardless of save and exit. But let's say that they're actually a little bit closer to the waypoint. This is actually not a bad one. Okay, so most people would normally just TP out there, they go to town, and then they would leave. But then they're stuck on the whole save and exit screen. Here, it's instantaneous, right? As long as you go back to the waypoint and go back to Pandemonium Fortress, you don't have to wait on save and exit. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know why it's like that, but you can see it's actually just a straight up 13-second run. So you get a lot of cut down time there in terms of in terms of in-game time, which is what I usually use for these run times, right? The runtime's roughly the same, but you save a lot of save and exit time with this method. It's crazy. So if you ever run LK, which I don't think you will, but let's say one season you're feeling masochistic, you can just do that to save yourself time. That's pretty insane. But anyway, actually, wait, what am I doing? Why am I switching over to the other window when it's all in the same account? I don't understand. Here, let me, okay. Maybe I wasn't making much sense. Here. If I go to Lower Kurost, I pop a TP, right? I go back to Kurost Docks, and then I go to Pandemonium Fortress, and I save and exit. You see here, there was like a delay. It's like a 2-second delay from when you actually, when you actually leave the game, right? Look. If I go back, you'll see that there's this delay. It's very brief, but it's there. It, like, sometimes it'll actually take it'll take up to about 5 seconds, I would say. Maybe actually I'll do a full run and then it'll actually show itself a little bit better. You know, okay, sure. Let's pretend I didn't see those worm hide boots. And then I'll teleport back to Pandemonium Fortress. Okay, now it should take a while to save and exit, because it's like, I guess it's like loading resources in the background or whatnot. But if you actually, okay, anyway, basically, sometimes you can save time by not using Town Portal, but by just teleporting back to the waypoint. That's just how it works. That's the easiest I can explain it without trying to like complicate things. I don't know. I feel like that's as easily as I can put it. I don't know what about that you wouldn't understand. Okay, there you go. Final run for me, run number D210, and then I'm just gonna chill and chat with you for a little bit with Shia, because I don't think anyone else is here at this point, and I will sign off for the evening. You get it now? Okay, good. Yeah, there's this save and exit time, like, that you can avoid by going to Act 4. It's weird. Okay, yeah, this is definitely my last run. It's so laggy. I don't know. Okay. When you said TP, I thought teleport. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that when I say TP, I mean teleport, but no. When I say TP, I'm talking about like Scroll of Town Portal or Tome of Town Portal. And when I say telly, I'm talking about telly. But yeah, you'll probably telly around, you know, do your thing, and yeah, well, you get the idea. I don't really think I need to go much more than that. Anyway, that all aside though, I want to take a moment to actually address what you were talking about originally, like why we ended up at this point. You were saying that's actually super efficient or luck given the time to LK versus ladder start Necro. Okay, so this is the thing. A lot of people on the server are going to tell you that, yeah, cows is like the way to go, right? And honestly, when you're cranking out like 90-second cow runs, I don't want to mess with that. It's a conviction pack. I'll come back to it while I talk here. Anyway, a lot of people are going to tell you that, yeah, you know, going and running cows is the way to go once you're fully geared, which, you know, it's not wrong. However, when it's ladder reset, it's like the really beginning of the ladder. What I find interesting is that this isn't necessarily the case, in my opinion. Okay, and there were two the strategy I came up with to try and get a leg up over people who are spamming CE Necro into cows, because I really want to avoid doing that at all costs. I honestly think CE's Necro is just so boring, so I was trying to come up with some alternatives. And I also really don't think it's the fastest way to go, but that'll I'll talk about later. So yeah, here's the thing. LK, from my experience, I get a high rune from LK every 500 runs, right? A high rune from LK every 500 runs comes out to be something like, assuming that the runs are about 20 seconds each, that is about times 20 divided by 60. That's about 166 minutes, was my calculation. Basically 1 in 3 hours. A little under 3 hours, right? And that's, again, that's being generous. I would argue, like, if I weren't streaming, I probably could have even done those runs quicker. And also, if I set up my map pack filter so that I filtered out a lot of useless garbage that you wouldn't normally be picking up, you could probably even kick down the, or speed up the runs of LK even faster. But again, like, let's just say 20 seconds is a conservative amount, right? As a CE Necro on day 1, you're probably not going to be doing runs at any faster than 3 minutes, right? Like, you need a fair bit of gear for that. You need, like, battle orders. You need a merc with a decent weapon like Obedience. You need some You need some equipment so you don't actually just run out of mana all the time when you're just spamming CE as a Necro. But even despite that, from what I've seen of cows, you're usually getting a high rune around 1 in 80 runs, maybe 1 in 70 if you're really trying to give it like a, if you're trying to be really generous here. Like some people will say like, oh, they get a high rune 1 in 50 runs of cows, and from what I've seen, from numbers that I've dug around from Strong Like Ox, and just other people who have actually run cows, it comes out to be 1 in 70. And so, if indeed it takes about 80 runs, 70 to 80 runs to get a high rune, and it takes at least 3 minutes to do a run, then you're coming out to about 3.5 hours per high rune at the start of the ladder. And again, that's being very generous with the amount of time it'll take a Necro to be farming cows on day one. In my, like, again, like, there are some assumptions being made here, but the time to beat for me was 1 in 3.5 hours. And so when I was coming up with this method of farming LK, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to be better. Yeah, this is probably going to be better than Necro, or than CE Necro and the cows, at least on the first day. I'd say 4 minutes. Okay, yeah, so even 4 minutes, right? Honestly, I would even say 4 minutes too, but I wanted to be very generous, right? Like let's entertain the idea of a 3-minute run, and even on a 3-minute run, you're still going a little bit slower on cows than LK with these projected numbers. Again, right? Like I could be wrong with the 1 in 500 for LK. It might be closer to like 1 in 700, 1 in 800 or something. And same with cows. Maybe it's better than I expect it to be, or than my numbers, than the numbers I got are showing. But again, this is kind of what I can tell. Even on 3-minute run, LK still beats it by an hour. Yeah, exactly. And this is kind of the reasoning I had, right? Again, who knows if this is like fully accurate, but this was kind of the motivation. I'm like, okay, well, I think that cows, CE Necro into cows can be beat, or Javazon into cows can be beat, and how can it be done? So LK was probably the first place I turned to. I'm like, okay, LK is probably going to be better, at least on day one. Now, the catch here, of course, is that that's where LK peaks, okay? Like, LK is always going to be 20-second average, maybe 15-second average if, you know, you get like 200 FCR and you go down, you know, you have a decked out carry. Like, you really can't get much better at LK than you can on day one, because you don't really boost. The only way to really boost your runtime is by either using the HD resolution or by rocking a higher FCR breakpoint. And yeah, meanwhile with cows you have a lot more room for improvement. Your Merc can kill faster, your Merc can be more durable, you get more mobility, and your corpse explosion and amp damage radius gets higher, right? Those 4 different ways you can up your runtime all the way from 4 minutes to 3 minutes to 2 minutes to 1.5 minutes. And what was the command? Yeah, thanks, Wishia, for answering. But yeah, it's sub chat. Alright, have a good night. Furry, thanks for watching. Hope you had fun. Okay, so yeah, you get the idea. You get all these mumbo-jumbo numbers. Now the whole, do I find LK more boring or cows? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I find LK more boring than cows. I do find LK more boring than cows. I'll be honest. But the reason why I wanted to run 5000 LK, well, sorry, LK itself is more boring, but to me LK is more interesting. I don't. That sounds kind of like a bit of a contradiction and an oxymoron, but like, LK is interesting to me because of they have a very unique way in how their drops are determined. With you know, apparently they have like a 1 in they only have like 65,535 patterns or some shit, and the way you farm LK is kind of unique to LK. Whereas cows is just, you know, they're just a different type of monster. They're still monsters at the end of the day. You're just gonna go nuke them all, like whatever. But for me, I'm kind of like, okay, well, LK on no drop 0, and nobody has done 5,000 LK runs on Slash and then listed down the results of those 5,000 runs. Yes, there were people who did do that in the past, but I think that they were doing this with a different drop setting. I think they were doing it back when they had like vanilla rates or some shit. So I went with the current drop setting, and I have a unique set of finds, or a unique set of data for LK. So that was one of the big motivators. Even though clicking on chess itself is kind of boring, the actual data that I got was interesting. So for me, that was a lot of fun. The collecting the data part was fun. The gameplay not so much. However, I did keep myself sane by really trying to push those runs sub 20 seconds. That for me was also a lot of fun. So I guess, yeah, I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, I'd still say LK is more boring than cows, because at least in cows you're killing shit. But the fact that I was collecting data, and the fact that I was consistently trying to get those runs under 20 seconds, so I had this goal to keep me going over and over and over again, right? It's kind of like a speed run for LK over and over. That for me was a lot of fun, believe it or not. So that's what made your click so accurate. Well, it's different. It's sort of, yes, yeah, sort of. The thing is, like, LK, like, hitting LK chess, I practiced being accurate with that, but I don't know if I would go as far as saying that clicking the chests of LK as a skill is transferable to clicking the chests, or clicking the seals in Chaos Sanctuary. I guess you could say that, yeah, they are roughly analogous to one another. But again, like I practiced both individually before the season began. Like, a lot of people didn't really see how many. I ran like 1,000 LK before the season began, just to really practice the routine. And I learned like a lot of different things. First, I tried to figure out how many times we can expect a 3 chest spawn versus a 6 chest spawn, which comes out to something like 27%, I think, is the value I got. I tested doing the runs with the original item filter. I tested doing it with a special item filter that I designed myself. What else did I do? I did a lot of shit, like in those 1,000 LK runs. Yeah, basically the bottom line is I did a lot of LK practice going into the 5,000 LK runs, and then I also did a lot of seal glitch practice going into those seal glitch runs. And those were, like, I did them both in the same season, so that was a lot of practicing I did prior to that season. I was committed that for that season to try and, like, really min-max my farming ability, I guess. So, it was fun. Did you add NS LQ parameters doing LK runs? Oh yeah, that's a great idea. I did not. But back then I didn't know that such things could cut down the amount of time that it would take me to run LK and K. Well, I guess we're taking LK specifically here. Yeah, I didn't know that you could do that. But even if I had known, I probably wouldn't have, just because at the end of the day, there's a certain level of... There's certain things I'm willing to give up just to try and play on a season where I'm trying to, you know, go hard and play it at, you know, the optimal settings or whatever on Slash. But for me, like, at the end of the day, I do want to have sound in my game, you know? Like, I want to be able to listen to the sound of my character teleporting or telekinesising, and I don't feel like you're really playing a game without the sound. Like, okay, you are, but it's not the same. So I probably wouldn't have taken that shortcut, especially because I'm streaming this to you guys. Like, how weird would it be if all you hear is my voice and you don't hear any gameplay? sounds, you know? So, it can be boring and interesting at the same time, like grinding to 99. Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes, that's a really good analogy. I couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah, that's basically how running LK feels because there's things about it that are interesting, but it's kind of boring. Like, yeah, yeah, sure. I found the sound of Telly is annoying. Oh, fair enough. But at the same time, sounds of everything else, like in-game music or the eerie sound effects in Act 3 in the jungle, right? I wanted to hear that. So, you get the idea. So yeah, but that's all for LK. Um, the thing I'm gonna wrap up on, because once again it's like 1 a.m. for me, and I'm about to hop off. But let me finish what I was saying earlier with regards to early ladder start. Right, I was telling you about how already I can see that LK might be able to beat out cows day 0, day 1 of ladder reset, probably day 2 onward. Your run times with cows, it's really gonna go down like even farther, and you're gonna be doing like 2.5 minute runs, with 3 minutes being the max, or 3.5 minutes being the max, or whatever, right? But what I came to realize the season that I was, running all those LK runs, is that what if I thought to myself, I was like, man, I'm sitting here spamming all this LK. Would I just be better off doing Chaos? And what I was thinking was, from my experience, Chaos, I get like a high rune roughly once every 100 runs or so, on average. And I was just like, if I could do like sub 90-second Chaos, I could actually, I could probably get, I could probably be finding high runes faster than I'm finding runes in LK right now. Well, right now being like that season, right? Because again, if you're doing 90-second runs and you get your, you need to do 100 runs for every high rune on average, then it's kind of like that's kind of like every 2.5 hours you can get a high rune, which you compare that to LK, which is like once every 3 hours, and then cows, which is like once every 3.5. So again, I've been tinkering around with that theory a lot lately, and I've really been trying to figure out if there's a way for me to get runs of Chaos down under 90 seconds on day 0. And it turns out... But 90-second Chaos for day 01, which would admittedly mean that you would have to abuse seal glitching. I'm not talking full clears, okay? Like, I'm not talking to full clear Chaos in 90 seconds on day 01. I'm talking about seal glitch Chaos in 90 seconds on day 01. And yes, it sounds ridiculous, but this is what I had in mind. And it turns out that, yeah, actually you can run 90-second Chaos, but how to do it is a completely different story for another day, and I'm going to leave you to it, and I'm going to hop off for the night. So thanks, Washia, for tuning in, and I will see you. I don't want to leave you hanging, though. Let me show you something. I'll show you something quickly, just to show you the viability of it. And then we will hop off after that, I think. Anyway, sorry if I'm boring you with all this information. Again, I just like to share these theories, right? Like, these are things that I think about. My bet is Blizzsorg Dual Spirit, and my friend, you would have guessed correctly, which is both a disappointment and it's a disappointment because it's kind of like, like, oh, surprise, surprise, how joyous that we get to see this type of character instead of something unique and interesting. Alright, here she is. You can take a look at this Sork. It's fun. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you are enjoying these demos. Oh, right. Ah, my Merc died on the last run. Started to Blizzork in my SC, but I struggle in CS with basic gears. Ah, yes. So, the trick here is to take advantage of seal glitch, or sorry, not seal glitch. It's to take advantage of the fact that you can multi-box. So yes, as you guessed correctly, dual spirit. This character uses smoke and uses a bunch of an assortment of res, small and grand charms just to boost her survivability in all of her resistances. And it's all she really needs. It's all she really needs. Okay, so here you go. This is the start of the run. Smoke so clutch early ladder. Yo, yeah, it's fantastic. Honestly, like it's a great precursor to the Skin of the Viper Magi. Okay, so this one's the easiest. Obviously, you just, you know, Grand Vizier goes down without any difficulty. Even Cold Enchanted, he doesn't ever spawn Cold Immune, so he's the least of your concerns. Here's the problem. Lord Desay, alright? Lord Desay is the biggest issue. So you need a good weapon to deal with them. But there are ways to get around that, which I'm not going to talk about right now. But just know that... Okay. Okay, give me a sec. I need to actually find a way to kill him, but... see, this is the thing. A lot of people will tell you you need if you have a good Merc, you can do Chaos Sanctuary day one, which is true. But there are also ways of bypassing that requirement too. Oh yeah, that's just so unlucky. Those three are right next to each other. Let's pretend Lord Desay is dead, okay? Just to make this demo just a little bit easier this time. Not for some reason, I just haven't been really good on the demos today. Anyway, so yeah, here Grand Vizier of Chaos is, or sorry, Infector of Souls is dead. You teleport to the beginning, you teleport up there, you teleport over here, and then you pop the last seal, right? And then you would teleport back. And I know that this isn't a 90-second run, but just know that I do have a method of taking out... I do have a method of taking this bad boy out, but I'm not going to get into that in depth right now. But yeah, I just wanted to show that it can be done. I wouldn't be using my Merc to kill him, actually, believe it or not. He's got good gear, yeah, but you see the situation where he's like fucking chasing after heck knows what. Oh, there you go. You actually finally killed him. Wow, it only took like all of the better part of about 2 minutes. But yeah, if you have a cluster of Oblivion Knights like that, your Merc's just gonna die. And I had to come up with a way to get around that, and I came up with a good way to get around that. But again, like I said, just know that yes, 90-second chaos was the next goal that I had in mind. And I don't normally share things that I would want to do for future seasons because I'd prefer to show not tell and surprise you guys. However, in this case, I guess the message I'm trying to send was that season that I was playing the Sork, where I was really trying to try hard that season, and I felt like LK was the way to go to do this. I realized that I would, in the future, want to retry that Sork season, just because I'm pretty sure I can do better with a Sork in Chaos using a different strategy. This strategy would involve me 4-boxing through the game instead of actually playing with other people from the community, so that part of it kind of sucks. But I think it would be a lot of fun to try this out and to show it and to see how well I would do. So yeah, that's definitely something on the back burner, an idea for a future season that I would love to do, but that's going to be for the future. enchant Firewall. Actually, Firewall wouldn't be so bad. I didn't even think about Firewall. Although the problem with Firewall is if I get Firewall, then I have to sack damage on Blizzard. And also, I don't even know if Firewall does that much damage, or enough damage to take down Lord Desay. But, had a pretty fun way to bring down Lord Desay, if need be. If we agree that 90 seconds CS is equal to 3 minutes cow, LK still beats it. LK still beats CS. Well, not true. I didn't say equal to. Let's see. So, if you run 90-second chaos, and you need to run about 100 chaos for a purple box, then you're actually, you can expect to get a high rune once every 150 minutes, which is about 2.5 hours. Versus LK, which is, again, using my 500 LK runs and 20-second average, you're coming out to be 166 minutes. So it's with these numbers, it's marginally better than LK, but that's with 90 seconds. I was able to push the runtime down to about 75 seconds. But again, this is a story for another time. I'm going to leave that for another day. And that'll be an interesting discussion we can have on some future time. But I think this is a good point where we can stop the theory crafting for now. So even 1 point in Firewall and Fire Mastery does okay P1. Okay, cool. That's something to keep in mind, I suppose. Maybe I'll try that in the future. But yeah. So Arcane beats LK as well. Yeah, Arcane's another one, which a lot of people have been bringing up. And a very good option too. Very safe. Just go kill ghosts. But of course, the Arcane is not something that I've tested yet. Or maybe in the future I will. But yeah. Just with like Cows, Chaos, LK, these three alone, I could even say that you could make LK and Chaos better than Cows in day one, under the right circumstances. And then, of course, now we have this idea of Arcane, and I have some ideas as to other ways, other possibilities as well, that you could beat out Cows, but again, that's all for another time. Leave me wondering how to get around Desay with bad Merc. Yeah, the sad part is my Merc wasn't even that bad. Like, he actually has already an obedience, and keep in mind, this is from like 16 hours, well, not 16 hours of farming, but this was from farming Chaos not even that much after I finished this character. But yeah, I think the problem with this character is just that he doesn't he just doesn't have a high enough level to hit Lord Desay. I'm pretty sure that's the problem. And not enough health because he hasn't leveled up enough either. And not enough resistances because he hasn't leveled up either. So basically I just need more levels on this Sork and on my Merc. And then I think he could probably kill Lord Desay by himself. But I have a workaround for this stupid Merc though, yes. But yeah. Leaving you wondering? Okay, that's good. Well, I'll tell you what. Bring it up next time, and then I'll show you, I guess. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to show. Yeah. I'll show you next time. How about that? If you're around next time, and I'm pretty sure you will be, then I will, then just bring up this discussion, and I will, then just say, I told you that I have a workaround for stupid Lord Desay on day 0 ladder. Oh man, you're gonna hate it, but it works. You're wondering the workaround. That's the idea. Well, I'll let you think about it. It might be fun. A fun puzzle. But yeah. Oh, one other thing. I'll give you a hint at least. Maybe this will narrow it down for you. It doesn't have to be the same character. I should point this out. For these chaos runs, the thing to keep in mind is when I 4-box at ladder reset start, I have access to Bow Barb, and I also have access to 2 other characters, so I can also use that to my advantage here as well. Maybe that might help a little bit more, because it's not just the Sork by itself, necessarily, that does these things. Okay, well anyway guys, yeah. So like I said with Shia, ladder reset start, some very fun options. Well, some very good options that are also a lot of fun, minus LK, that you can maybe do to get yourself wealthier than those necroers to start. So fun stuff to talk about. Hope you enjoyed that little chat. I certainly did, sharing my my theories and so on. You will leave me wondering next time and next time. Well, no, I won't. I will not. Maybe I will, in some ways. But I mean, if you ask about it next time, I'll just tell you. Unless I forget about this conversation. Yeah, no, I'll just show you what I had in mind. But yeah, like there's definitely, you love theory crafting. That's good. You come to the right place for the theory crafting then. But yeah, there's definitely lots of other things to consider too, right? Like Noodle said, Arcane's also another option. Didn't even talk about that today. And who knows? Maybe there's other strats you can use, like other places you can farm, which might just be better than Cow's early ladder because of either the quality of the monsters, the quantity of the monsters, or possibly both. Who knows? The theory crafting, best result from least effort because I am lazy. Well then yeah, if you're looking for best result from least effort, then yeah, I would even go as far as saying that LK would be your go-to, even over Cows. If you want to be lazier than Cows, then yeah, LK is the way to go. But if you're willing to put in a bit more effort, then you could actually go beyond what LK has to offer if you play your cards right. And that in itself is pretty enjoyable because it's a more challenging playstyles, or it opens up more challenging playstyles, but you get more heavily rewarded for it, assuming that these numbers are correct or in the right ballpark, and that my theory of crafting isn't way out there. Anyway, so that's good enough for now. That was a fun discussion. Once again, shout out to Noodles and Wishia. You guys are the only ones left, I think. Hope you guys have a lovely evening and week. And yeah, just keep in mind, Wishia, this theory crafting is meant for Slash specifically. Like these are probably not things you'd be carrying over to single player. Except for maybe Arcane Sanctuary farming P7. Maybe that's something you could probably do in single player. Same with LK. But yeah, otherwise that's pretty much it for now. That's it for me. I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go get some rest, and I think D211 is gonna be the next run. All right, giving myself a reminder for next time. You too, bro. Have a goodie. Yeah, same to you, Noodles. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you all had fun. I'm hopping off now, so yeah. Take care, guys. All right. You really enjoyed it? That's good to hear. Hope to see you around again next time. We'll talk more about this, all right? If you want to chat about it, let me know. I'm always open to these discussions, and yeah. See you next week. All right, sounds good, Wishia. Looking forward to seeing you at level 99 next week. But otherwise, this is going to be it for me for now. All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. This is D2D2, signing out.